D&D5eHB Galaxy, punctuated by 1 hour of silence, occasionally interrupted by Pikmin.
Welcome to Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, the tabletop role-playing game, Season 2, everybody. So, actually, that was a joke, but that might actually be kind of interesting to play through. It's if that was a thing. Regardless, however, welcome everybody to Forgotten Genesis Season 2, Session 110. It's been a while. It's been a minute. We've been 110 of Season 2. I believe we ended Season 1 on like Session 105th something. Did we get into the 200s on Season 1? Or were we like in the upper like 150s, 160s? I know we were getting close to 170. I don't know if we crested past it. Megan? Oh, she's muted.
I don't know. I don't know how long it took us.
It's been a minute. I mean, we've been... we've been doing the campaign itself for over 6 years.
Don't remind me. My life is so long.
And this season, at least, has been 2. So if we're going, but like based off of I've for the most part managed to do 1 a week, right? Then that would be. We were definitely into. I think we were into the 200s on Season 1. Wow.
I am tired.
Which even then, the Season 1 wasn't so much a season split as much as it was a justification for a time split and a little bit of a mental and emotional reset for everybody.
Yeah, because people are dumb.
Yeah.
I'm going to say this. I don't mind it when people flake or are assholes, as long as they don't leave a giant gaping hole or scar.
Yeah, I suppose that's why it's Season 2 and not Campaign 2. Campaign 2.
Yeah, campaign is great. I'm excited about my campaign too. It's gonna be fun. We got things done. It's just a pain in the butt trying to write everything.
Yeah,
Also,
and I'm still wondering whether I want to do the 𝕲𝖊𝖓 game in like Daggerheart or something like that. D&D would still work.
We can do it in Daggerheart. I have the system, Joe.
Yeah. And I know
play
that
it with my D20 regular old dice set.
Yeah.
Daggerheart is D12 based, I believe.
Okay.
D12.
But
D6.
I have a D12.
So what? There's still D20s in it, Joe.
For the DM, yes. I know that if I were to dip back into
a sunset.
Yeah, this is I have backdrops tied to each playlist for the music that goes through. This is the city playlist, so
Oh, I have to clean this off because it's got rusticles on it.
and I'm tangentially thinking about this because it's getting me back into roleplay mode, because it's getting me back into, we're in a tabletop game, so let's get the gears moving a little bit. With that, like, if I were to dip my toes back into the world that I made for that one shot, Ramoon, which was, let's be real, I made a section of a city, not a whole world, and I made notes about the world this city inhabit, that kind. If I were to expand on that and make that into a full campaign place, I think Shadowrun would probably suit that the best. Just because Shadowrun's probably the best flavor for, like, doing something magic punk, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Of course, I'd have to learn how to run that whole thing. It'd be fun, though.
Hold on.
Brick is still blurry.
It's gonna remain this way until I turn my camera off and back on.
Yeah.
It's predictable in this way now. It didn't used to do this, but now it does it all.
Autofocus is helpful until it's not.
Mm-hmm.
So far, my autofocus has behaved. Knocking on wood.
There it goes.
It did not behave. It really kind of completely stopped behaving on my C920. And then my C920 finally deep fried itself. So we finally got this upgrade by necessity.
I think I have a C920.
It's a good webcam. Like it's solid, but like it I think especially now it's starting to
aging,
to show.
for sure.
Yeah, it's starting to show some hardware. I'm trying to think because there's been like tons of different storylines like bouncing around in my head, and I'm thinking like, what systems would I reasonably use to play them if I weren't using D&D? Because there's plenty that I would use D&D for. Because I'm already very used to that system.
Joe, what episode are we on?
110.
Okay. Where are we?
In that place by that thing. I've also
Come on.
really wanted to do a Star Wars game. And I have a Star Wars system.
I'm going to divert you back, Joe. Where are we?
I'm getting my brain moving, let alone on topic. I know you're trying to get me on topic. I appreciate it.
I got target.
Stay on 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 target.
So, back in the day, jingle, 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 back in the day, before the back rooms were a thing, okay? Jingle, jingle, pay attention, pay attention. I said your favorite word, the back rooms, okay? The back rooms, dingle, dangle, dingle.
Yeah, no, that's where we're at.
Yeah, I know. So, let's see. Last session. That was stuff from 2 weeks ago. Let's see here. Last session, I believe it was mostly, well, it was meant to be a shorter session, and it ended up kind of not being.
Yeah.
Because sometimes that's how it goes. It was done on Easter, so I don't know. It was mostly a prep session. There was let's do some gym workout stuff for Avery.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yep.
There was let's plumb into some forbidden knowledge stuff for Venestra. There was some let's get into some diplomat stuff for Angel, including apparently some of those diplomats having old ties to Amora and therefore sort of newly forging ties to Amoris. I believe Amber wasn't really present because it was Easter and she was occupied with her family, if I recall correctly.
And the family said that they were dropping that kid off in 2 days.
Yeah, well, at some point within the next 5, is what
They said 2. They said 2 days. So, I have it written in my notes. Don't screw in my brain.
they were written
They
down
said
as
the
well. Let me
meeting
do.
was within the meeting was within the next 5 days.
Yeah, the meeting was within the next 5, and I believe they stipulated that they were going to get him dropped off before the meeting.
Yes, but they said 2 days. I said, I'm going to be in this location for probably 2 days. So they basically said, okay, we'll drop him off.
Was that a physically written down one, or was that a digitally written down one that I did? Oh, why are those pages? Because I got fucking soda on that page somehow. That's lovely.
I want to be in America. America. Da, 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 America. America. I love Barkeeper's Friend for getting rid of rust.
Barkeeper's Friend is delightful. Just don't taste it. It's not fun dip.
No, I'm not gonna be tasting it. It goes on my pottery tools when they get all rusty.
Yeah.
It's generally a good rule of thumb not to taste test your cleaning products.
Shh, no one needs to know that I've accidentally.
That's a good way to clean out your insides for the first and last time.
No one needs to know that I've almost poisoned myself multiple times with cleaning products.
Well, we know now, and now we can shame you. Shame.
Yep.
Shame.
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 Vinestra said, so recap, then RP question.
Yeah,
Thank
let's
you,
get into
Vinestra.
that.
This is the look of a feline that has had it with my shit.
I
You know
mean,
what?
naturally.
I wish I could sleep, but the voices in my head go.
Yeah.
Run away. Thank you.
Recap times.
Yep.
I did my recap, or half of my recap.
Pulling my. I have 2 bullet points here. Avery finishes working on the chain blade and goes to Vinestra to ask her to help him train his strength. Violet has Amber wear weights all over his body for a -2 to athletics checks temporarily.
Yeah.
And Blue.
I don't remember. I didn't
Blue
write
was
that down.
doing the weighted ball toss with you.
Blue
Okay.
made a clear ball.
Like I said, I wasn't fully
Sorry,
prepared
not a
to
weighted ball, it was a
participate
straight up
yesterday. But Blue made Avery do the medicine ball toss
And rolling rocks.
and roll rocks.
Big rocks.
We played toss with the rocks, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
That
Basically,
before
it was
you
a
had
big narrative
giant
exploration of
boulder.
what the short, sweet, and simple version of rolling this the next few times will look like while you're while you're straining your strength, training your strength.
Yeah, he was doing CrossFit. It's gonna be CrossFit. Ha! I wish I could sleep, but the voices in my head go.
All right, now day for 4, 11, 20, 26.
On a Saturday.
Yeah. All right. And then for Vinestra and Mira, of course, the party helped Avery get swole. Although, at least always for the first time that you do training like that, it's more swollen than swole, to be fair. Although that is the root word of swole. All the same, V and Amira did also find an ancient shrine/anchor to Melinda. Angel created a replacement anchor for that shrine, and V and Amira put that back. You did also send me some follow-up questions, but Angel did get some new worshippers as well.
Wouldn't
Notably,
swole technically be the root word of swollen?
I'm saying things backwards, but you understand my intention.
I'm sorry I didn't do that in Angel's voice, but we're kind of in a moment of I'm cleaning up the house while Alma wasn't here.
It is all good. You can do it without interruption
Vinestra
now for the most part.
said questions were part of the recap.
Oh, well, we're good.
All
We're
right,
good.
What's the question? What is the question?
Oh, for things I clarified?
I don't know what the question is. What is the question? I wish I could see.
I also did separate out your guys' loot overall into a separate category with the original category that did, channel that did exist for that going at the top of the category.
I see.
To make things a little bit easier for as we do that in the future. Also making it collapsible without collapsing the rest of the interaction channel. Yeah.
Biggest thing.
A little easier.
I really wasn't worried about that. I'm more worried about trying to decide what I'm going to do with this.
Also, new entry at the bottom of the interactions channel. This one's mainly for Megan to pay attention to later. Also me to take a better look at later. Eve did post some one-shot options because he wanted to try some new stuff. So.
Yes!
Oh yeah, I saw that. I put my vote down. And since when did Discord implement, like,
I don't-
polls that
I
didn't
don't know.
require a bot.
I'll have to figure out how the
I
fuck to
already
do
have
that
a
poll thing
bot
because
for
that's
that shit.
delightful.
You know how I know?
Yeah, we have easy poll.
I know.
I use SurveyMonkey like a fucking twerp. I got very
Okay,
used to
are we
using that
ready?
shit in middle school. Now then, you guys get your inspiration die for those recaps. Easy enough.
Okay.
Although, actually, to go ahead and add some extra information for you and your recap, Megan, in case your brain did fry last session, which it very well might have a little bit. Things got stressful in the interim week, especially on that day. Let me see here.
I wish I could pull up the verses in my head.
It is all good. So specifically, of that delegate, you met with 𝕱𝖔𝖗𝖌𝔔𝖙𝖙𝖊𝖓, Countess of the Watergate, a specific rulership subsection of the Summerall Council. She will be sending out one of 4 of her children by the name of Aaron. He will be coming with 5 prospective faithful and 3 guardsmen at some point within the next 5 days, likely in the next 2. Additionally, when you then went to go ahead and communicate with Dragonterra after communicating with a number of other delegates to go ahead and get what they needed.
Before that. That was before that. You got it backwards. This is before.
No,
It's after.
no. I wrote this in order that they happened. So,
Oh, so you're going backwards on your piece of paper. Okay, awesome.
no. There are timestamps on these entries.
Joe, I'm going to tell you that we did the Dragonterra thing first because the guy showed up and got shot through the basic thing, and then he stayed for the rest of the bullshit. I felt really bad for him because he had to wait to talk to me till the end of it.
The first point of... Okay, well, either way, in terms of learning about that character, and this was a woman, by the way, I don't know if that was fully communicated. You encountered a 𝕱𝖊𝖓𝖊𝖓𝖊𝖘𝖎𝖚, a spear delegate of Dragonterra, successor to 𝕱𝖊𝖓𝖊𝖓𝖊𝖓, who was killed apparently fairly recently as that political void was filled.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, I have a question for the rest of the chat. Purple, okay, warms or cold as far as colors go?
For what?
It's a piece of pottery.
What about a contrast piece? Warms and colds.
This is an underglazed piece. It needs to kind of meld.
Okay.
Yeah, split it up.
Worms. All right,
Okay.
and then I believe the session ended off with the night coming to a close and a new day rising as we come up to
Yes.
Kezmir 6th.
It did.
So,
It's 9.
with that, honestly, I don't really have I have a roleplay question prepped.
Anybody else?
I do not.
Do you want me to give you one?
My list, for the most part, is exhausted, so if you have one to give, by all means. And then, Amber, whenever you're free to do so, if you have something that you would have liked Piper to have done during that day, by all means, let me know. You can either say it or message me. And if it involves any roles, we can go ahead and get that done. If not, then we're good.
Okay. Does the job that you thought you wanted to do as a child reflect what you do now?
You know what? That's actually a very fun one for some D&D characters.
Yeah. 'Cause I know what Angel's job that she wanted to do was.
I want to be an astronaut. I work in retail.
I want to go to the moon. What did you the answer? The question is this: when everyone asks the child what they want to be when they grow up, how well does it reflect what they're actually?
Was that passion fostered and carried through to their adulthood, or was it promptly shaken with some unfortunate but necessary reality?
I don't know. If Avery wanted to be a comedian, does that somewhat reflect what I'm doing now?
No,
No, I wouldn't think so.
definitely
No.
not.
No.
I mean, in case you do some stand up where you take your clothes off and you're not at the same time, sure.
Being a diseased sorcerer, trying to save the world and kill monsters for money. Definitely a comedian.
Oh, so no.
For Angel, if you want to answer that in character.
I wanted to be a zookeeper when I grew up. I got what I wanted. I became the zoo.
Very abstract version of achieving your wish. With the child
I got
version of
what I
Angel, would the child version of Angel look at the adult version of Angel and feel satisfied at that truth?
Yeah.
All
She
right.
got to ride a dragon. All she ever wanted to do was keep dragons in her zoo. She achieved her. Oh. She got a unicorn and a dragon, and she's good.
Cool.
5-year-old wishes.
All right. On for Violet.
Little Avery would look at current Avery, and have a panic attack.
You know what? That is a fair answer for most adventurers, honestly, that D&D players create.
And this is like, I also fell in love. I got everything I wanted. This Angel's thought
I mean,
process.
hell, even taking it to the character that I played in Megan's Dissonant Dynasty game of like Ashtar, I want to be a guardsman. I have mental health issues and magical powers.
It's okay. So let's go. If we want to go for Violet, Violet goes, I wanted to run an inn like my mommy. Nah, I shouldn't have picked that. I shouldn't have picked that a long time ago. What a short-sighted thought process that was.
To be fair, that could make for a fulfilling and peaceful life.
Yes, but she's a dragon who likes to find things from other worlds. I mean, we're just talking about what she became.
Drunk people leave all kinds of shit behind in the tavern. Just saying.
I get that, but this is Violet's perspective.
And I will be blunt. There was a very small chance that I was going to start the campaign with everybody meeting at an interdimensional tavern instead of at a border city where kids were going missing. It was like,
I like that a little bit.
I think at one point I said Avery wanted to run a cafe eventually, but I think now it's kind of shifted to he wants to run an item repair shop.
nothing wrong with that. Honestly, these answers could also be flipped on their head for like, what almost normal occupation do you want to take once you retire from adventuring?
The greatest technician who ever lived. If you know, you know.
I know.
I don't know if that's possible.
So, when's the next PC that's literally built into your desk, huh?
No, please God, no.
I've seen PCs built on walls. It looks very dangerous.
Yeah.
Extra life.
Fire hazard? Who said?
Who said?
I like my tower, thank you. I'm good.
Okay, so are we ready?
Well, moving that on to Piper. And then potentially Bruce.
And then
Piper is
Vanestra.
busy.
Piper is busy? Alright, so then we'll move that on to Vanestra.
We're going to do it when she gets back. She's currently putting little babies down to bed.
Yeah.
She's probably already written it.
That is also possible. I realized I'm not able to stream to TikTok because I haven't used TikTok in 5 years, so my ability to actually have a stream key from them has long since expired.
It's okay, we don't need it. We're good.
4 years, excuse me. I don't know. I don't remember why I stopped. Either way.
Because it was too much and it was dragging your PC down and it broke your OBS 4 times in one episode.
Oh, trying to stream with the yeah, that was wonky. No, I mean like just making shit. But either way. Looks like Vanestra had not written it just yet, so let's see here. Vanestra, is you there?
I've got a bag full of Pepsi.
Vanestra said back sorry.
Okay, welcome back. So, for the role play question.
Yeah, go ahead and repeat it, Joe.
What if your character as a child were asked what they wanted to be when they grew up?
Would it reflect what you do now?
Yeah, would it reflect what you do now? And if not, just how wide is that gap?
I have one character that I've created.
Yes,
I wanted to be
V wanted to be an adventurer or free to be what she wanted to be.
All right.
She became.
You wanted to escape the grasp of society, man.
Your dasher is on the way. Joe.
Woo!
No. All right.
Everybody gets their inspiration die for their roleplay questions and their recaps. Amber will for her roleplay question when she is free and available to do so. Recap not so much, she wasn't here last week. That's okay. These are optional benefits for paying attention.
Oh, and we have a bunch of copper dragons in the house right now.
Yes. Bunch of dwarven copper dragons. Oh, actually just copper dragons that prefer the shapes of dwarves.
Vanestra said we also got a time hag to murderize.
Yeah.
We got our fancy necklaces to do so. No, but the necklaces are for tempo. It might help with the time hag. It might be good to wear them just in case.
It might. The stipulation on the mechanics were specifically just temporal distortions. It did not specify for specific locations.
Exactly.
But it would risk destroying your amulets before you even got to use them in tempo.
Angel's already pocketed hers and Nicodemus's.
If it ends up destroying the amulet in the time hag, that just means it was a good idea for you to wear it to the time hag, because otherwise it'd destroy you.
No, we've pocketed them. Does not mean we're going to wear them.
Whatever logic or consequence you choose to apply to this, I'm happy to unfold that origami as you go through it.
I'm letting you know, Angel is...
Vanestra said they can get destroyed from taking damage, though.
Yep.
Oh, that's true. Okay, maybe not a good idea.
Up to you.
No, they're right. I forgot that was a condition is upon taking damage.
We also are supposed to use the fire that Violet got to lead us into the hag space. This is like the weirdest color mustard ever.
Is it not yellow?
It's very yellow. But it's not mustard. It is glaze. And after it dries for 24 hours, then I can carve through it and make really pretty colors.
So where we starting?
On the morning of
I
Izmir
don't know.
6th. As you all rise and presumably gather together.
I'm letting you know, Angel has forgotten about the hag. It is going to have to be somebody else who reminds her that the hag exists. There's too much going on right now.
To be fair, the hag is more Violet's problem than it is Angel's.
I know. That's why Angel's going to need to be reminded.
And Avery needs to get rid of the time hag to make it hopefully a little safer to go progress his storyline.
I've got a bag full of crabs here. I'm gonna put them in my mouth. Oh, yes. Violet is currently enjoying having private time with her family, I think. It's her sister who would probably be the one who points it out, but considering Violet is very focused on just enjoying Halcyon and having the baby and being pregnant and kind of in like a bit of a mini pregnancy fog.
𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓 and Amira is going to be getting ready for fighting the hag.
Alrighty.
And there's a shooting star today, apparently.
Yeah. That won't be of poignant note or concern until nightfall.
Violet is. I'm gonna okay, I will pull my camera on for my turn, Joe, but then otherwise I'm going to keep my camera off when it's
That's
not my
fine.
turn because I'm working. I'm
Do
cleaning
what
the
you
house
gotta
without
do,
all
I
of you.
understand. You are
Your
occupied.
food is on your way.
You are taking advantage of the absence of the presence of the people
Yeah,
in your
people
house.
were gonna interrupt. Yep.
During a little bit Severus Snape for a moment.
No, we don't need a Severus Snape. Severus Snape can go somewhere else. So, what is it we're asking?
If there's anything specifically that you guys are choosing to do as you gather together to handle your morning in preparation.
Violet doesn't know that this is happening. I'm repeating you this. She's had 3 blissful days of silence with no interruption.
Alright.
So she has no idea what anybody's doing. She's in the moment of, I'm having my baby moon kind of thing. I'm enjoying my time and being a pregnant one and eating pickles and getting my feet rubbed by my man. And I don't get to do this often, so fuck off.
Halcyon, I believe, has been alongside much of the group paying attention to what's going on, so I will say this to go ahead and start things off with Violet's segment. While you were busy getting your foot massaged by Halcyon, suddenly he pushes his fingers down and in a fairly heavy pop to one of your toes, kind of in the middle of your foot.
Yay. I need that so bad. I need someone to do that so bad.
Love, I have a question.
Yes.
Your companions, and likely I, will be gathering together to go ahead and finally get rid of the problem. That is, that
What
hag
problem?
today.
Hmm.
So that it is off your back and off your sister's back.
I would have expected her to come and ask about it.
I'm right here.
I know that you're right here, but it's more important to her. And I'm not going to push her if she's not ready yet.
She's sleeping, but this needs to get done.
Oh, I love how you say that.
The longer this waits, the more likely she may yet break out of it. These are not infallible protections. Nothing ever is.
Why must you interrupt all the fun?
It's been 3 bloody days.
On and wonderful 3 bloody days.
And to make sure that any further peaceful days do not get interrupted by someone like that, it is a problem that must be dealt with and not just hidden away.
I'm letting you know, I'm going to say this for the DM above board. She wants her sister to be the one to ask. She's not going to push her sister when she's not ready. I'm going to let her ask. Just like I let Ink ask. They are my family. They get to make decisions on their own. I'm not going to push her. She's going to say what she wants, and I'm going to say, okay. Just like Angel taught me, don't push someone when they're not ready.
Understood.
I would love to do it right now. I could bite her head off. Great. But it's not my monster.
I won't be getting Cassie, and she's been sleeping in, I would argue, a little bit heavily.
I will go get her. See what's up.
Right.
And I will bring food. So she's going to go get a breakfast platter from Lillian and then go and hop over to her sister's room, and which is probably now like a bedroom that she can climb into. It's above their bedroom.
Yeah, Cassie has very much been kind of taking advantage of verticality as much as she can. It's almost like take the idea of Rapunzel if she was like never able to leave the tower, but it also never had stairs. So verticality seems to be like the only sort of reference for movement and decoration and kind of mobility. The room is entirely built around sort of that verticality for where things are spaced out.
She goes up the ladder. I brought breakfast.
Did you?
You slept in for 3 days. We went shopping. I bought you clothes, considering that we were the same size.
Yes. And they're very nice. Very, very nice. And I'm feeling a little anxious.
A little what?
A little anxious.
Okay. Do you want to handle it today, or do you want to handle it next week? I'm only going to handle it when you want.
Next week means there's 7 days of worse risk. And
Okay. I'm offering... Okay, she puts her hand on both sides of her head.
I'm
This is your
panicking, but the
monster.
panic isn't going to go away unless the monster is gone.
She puts both hands on the sides of her face. I'm going to tell you what my mom told me. Technically, our mother. There are no monsters under the bed. If you don't believe there are monsters under the bed. But if there are monsters under the bed when you take a check, remember you're bigger than the monster under the bed. And it can't do anything unless you let it. So,
I don't want to do it without you. You helped me get free of it, so I want you to help me. Actually,
She's waiting to be asked.
Be free of her.
Okay. Would you like to do that today?
I'd like to stop waiting.
Hmm?
I'd like to stop waiting because these 3 days have been they've been wonderful, but I've been anxious for all bloody 3 of them, which means I haven't been able to enjoy them near as much as I would like.
Well, we have another 2 days considering after that, considering we've got to get to the rest of the peaks.
Then let's take those 3 days actually feeling like we can breathe.
Okay. You were the one
Actually
that
feeling like I
didn't
can't
want to do it the
anyway.
first day. You're the one that didn't want to do it the first day. And I know why. Because it's scary. We have bigger teeth than her. And our tails can get bigger. And drown, and she can drown in her own blood as far as I care. But your mistress might have something to say about that. I'm letting you know, she's a little bit like nervous right now. She's like, if we need to handle it, we can handle it. But if it's not necessary at the moment, it's up to them, and I'm not going to push them. Crystal Dragon is very apparent in it, and Violet as a person.
You got that thing from that fire hag, that Auntie 𝕲𝖊𝖓, so...
Mm-hmm. I made her some things, and we sent them back. And she wrote me back. I was very thankful for the baked goods. Someone is approaching with food, Joe.
Oh, shit.
Go get your food first.
Okay.
Before we get too deep into this.
Speaking of which, we're going to put full chair there. I have 2 salsas, I have consomme, I have a rewards thing. Order through our website and get $10 off your first order. Well, if I ever personally go there, then sure. There's a cup of salsa verde. And we have a plastic bowl. I only have half of my sense of smell right now, which is annoying as shit. Oh. Oh. Hold on. I gotta share the food porn.
I love how Brick is now watching me.
Now, unfortunately, I am mildly disappointed because if I recall correctly, proper birria tacos also have the tortillas dipped in the consomme before they get fried off. These are not that.
Yeah. But they do it so you don't have to have the consomme if you can't.
Well, I'm having the fucking consomme. I can't not. Those lines are not right. Okay.
What is? They're not supposed to be usually when that is. They're supposed to be a little bit before. It's supposed to be a little harder than usual.
Shit.
Did you spill it?
No, I've managed to avoid doing that, but I'm also just trying to make sure that I have enough paper towel underneath the consomme bowl to not suddenly soak my my giant keyboard-sized mouse pad, because I don't have much space on this fucking desk.
You like it? It's a good.
Consomme tastes fucking fire.
A little bit psycho and
Actually.
Did you like the music video, Fred?
It was fun. It was funny.
The dim sum is also good. The dim sum one by them. That one and the horse one. The dim sum one.
Daxtro just sent me this meme.
to take the main sentence. And if I go to I'm crazy. I got to see some of, like, I was watching Critical Role the other day, and I was watching them sell their stuff, and they were selling, Laura likes watercolor. Like, right up my alley. Love that stuff. Would love to watercolor. I'm not great at it, but I'm better at believe it or not, I'm better at wash. I think it's just because I'm impatient. Oh, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho.
Specifically with food like this that I'm a little bit cursed that I've chosen to wear a beard on my face.
That is how it works.
That's not a beard, it's a man bib.
No, don't say that. Ooh, when you said that, my whole body went, no, why? Hey, say that.
I need to be extra careful with bubblegum with my mustache.
The only nickname I will accept for a masculine body part is the one I've been prone to accidentally sitting on and racking myself on a daily basis, and occasionally during sessions, which is to say, sitting on my broveries. All right. I know I'm functionally taking away from the session by sitting here and eating, so we're going to BRB for a second, because I don't want to risk this getting cold and suddenly getting worse because it's cold, because it's fucking bomb. So we're doing an early BRB
I am
for a
so
second.
glad that you enjoyed it, even though it was a little pricey. It sounds is the or.
Welcome back, everybody, from the brief break that was me just needing to eat and throw this shit away. Took some good shit, though. All right, so. Because unfortunately, it wasn't quite like a light enough meal that I think I could have reasonably set it aside and just kind of kept nursing it throughout. It was one of those where it was like, it was light enough that I feel like it would have suffered if I let it sit and cool down. Of course, maybe that's just my fat-ass justification for wanting to hammer through it. I have no idea. Either way, let's get into it. So.
You were with Violet and her sister.
Yes.
If you're ready to go and fight it, we'll fight it together.
We need to get this done today.
To push you. Okay. I'm letting you know this is the same way her mother would take things when Violet didn't want to do them. It was very helpful for Violet. It made her very independent in wanting what she wanted to do. Oh, did my phone die?
No.
No, it didn't die yet. Oh, shit. I need the charger. As soon as I'm done painting this, I will be sorting my snap. Alright, then. You're going to have to gather everyone. I'm going to make you do this yourself, just like Mom made me do everything myself.
Okay.
You have to get everything together. I've got my things ready to go. I'm letting you know, Violet's been packed for a while. Just doesn't follow through until somebody says so.
She gets out of bed herself, battle ready.
You have to go and ask everyone else that you want to come on with us. If you want Angel, you're going to have to remind her that it exists, considering she's busy.
Okay. She bolts off.
Alright.
First and foremost, just because of sheer proximity, she's going to go ahead and see if she can collect Angel.
Okay. This is Nicodemus is the guard dog at the door right now, so.
Lovey, the violet twin, is at the door.
You know what her name is? Call her by her name, or I'm gonna basically smack you upside the head.
Okay, Cassie is at the door.
Okay, Cassie can come in.
The door swings
Currently
open
doing
with
one of her kids'
some
hair.
emphatic urgency. Angel?
I'm letting you know. Hold on just a second. Can you sit still, please? The bobby pin is not going to sit in your hair if you decide that you're going to move while I'm doing this.
Pulling on my
That
hair.
bobby pin
The
can
only
come out.
pulling that's happening is when she's moving.
It only happens when you're moving. If you don't move, nothing is gonna hurt. She's got bobby pins on one side of her mouth, holding them with their teeth.
It's an exercise in that sort of window of time when kids think their hair getting brushed is a punishment.
Oh, no. My mother would yoink my hair. There was no
Yeah.
kindness with this. And Violet's not being rude about it. She's being soft. She looks over her daughter.
You mean
She's like,
Angel?
I'm going to let you know. Angel looks over at her baby. Okay. I'm going to let you know, if the capybara has more patience than you, I'm going to be really disappointed.
This kid is fighting back tears from how much her hair is getting pulled, even though she's doing that to herself.
Nick, do me a big favor.
Yeah.
Get the popsicles from beside the bed.
Okay.
The ones that are in the secondary freezer.
Yep.
Not your primary freezer, the secondary freezer.
Yeah.
Because no one needs your bow stuff in their food. Hand her one of the red ones. She likes the cherry flavors.
On it.
The ones that are actually cherry flavored, that are purple, black, purple.
Here you go, sweetheart.
Okay. As you may speak. Angel manages to do a very intricate braid in a hot minute, like of 5 seconds. And it's now up in pigtails on both sides of her head. And it's Yuki that's throwing the hissy fit. Yuki, you are older than all the other kids. And your hair is colder than all the other kids. This is unbearable sometimes. You need to sit still. No one is pulling your hair. She's Grianne's baby.
Yeah. I need you to help me kill the time Lord.
Okay. Will we be back before this evening? I do have to meet Thor's girlfriend. Or am I going to have to play using the simulacrum as mom, and that's not okay?
It better not take long. I don't have any bloody guarantees with this. I need her dead. And waiting is no longer an option. I don't know how most of this works.
You're a dragon. You usually can sense if you're going to be able to kill something bigger than you.
Violet's a dragon.
You're also a dragon. That's what we got put inside of you. It's just a different type of dragon. You need to talk to it. It's part of you.
Trying to get that figured out.
You could have talked to me.
Well, we need to go kill something. To take a
You're going
problem
to go
off of
kill
all of our
something.
plates.
Yes, but if you're going to use your own abilities, you need to know what you're fighting with.
I can figure that out.
I'm going to let you know she's going to invade this girl's mind for a minute and show her what a stret was like. There's a difference between them.
There's a bit of a rebound in your mind for what the hag was like. Different kind of problem, a different kind of trauma, a different kind of torture. Two different breeds of fucked up, bouncing around at each other's minds.
No,
This
she's
is
just
not a
trying to
game
remind
of
her
who
she's a
had heavier
dragon.
weight.
No, it's not a heavier weight thing, Joe. She needs to know what she's working with.
Right.
It can go bad, real bad.
I know.
Have you talked to it at all?
In my sleep.
She pulls a gold coin out of her pocket and sees how quickly this one grabs it, considering she knows how this works.
She snatches it quickly enough.
That's what I thought. It's so close to the surface, like it is with the kids. If you get near something you are afraid of, you're going to chomp something's hand or kill something a little bit too much. It's
There's no such thing as too much for killing her.
Yes, but the lashing out can happen at your family.
I haven't let it.
I have baby dragons right now. The only reason they're calm most of the time is because I admit that, and so does Nicodemus. You are lucky you are taking me with you. I will go with you.
Okay.
But if I tell you you need to pull back just a little. Because as you're on edge, I need you to trust me. And I'm not saying not fight her, I want you to kill her. You need to do that. But I'm talking about your sister and the rest of us. Okay?
Okay.
Come here so I can do your hair. Pulls Cassie into her lap.
I have to let other people know
Amazing.
as 20
In a
minutes of straightening her out pass by.
She full on braids all of that long hair into a tight braid so it stays in one spot.
Yeah.
We're not playing this game. She's not getting her hair pulled in the middle of a fight. Absolutely not. Not with a dragon behavior.
As she moves on.
Alright, go and get Avery.
Of
You have to
course.
ask people. Go ask this tiny scared one.
Okay. Violet's time
With
twin
lots of
and
names.
Cassie eventually makes her way to where you are currently staying, Avery.
It's Aiko that answers the door. Secondary guard dog.
Yeah. Avery, are you up to going to kill my problem?
When am
We
I
need-
not?
We need to get it done today because I had a very nice 3 days, but not as nice as they could have been because I've been bloody anxious for 3 days.
Let's go kill some anxiety, bitch.
Okay.
Bolting over to Venestra and then likely back around to Piper after that. But first off to Venestra, she bolts out and away from Avery. Venestra.
Venestra. Pulli.
𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓 looks up from preparing her gear. Yes.
We need to go. I need a debt, and I need it done today, and I'm trying to get everybody gathered up to get it done today. And I know that my sister has kind of not bothered me for the last few days because she wanted me to, and I needed a taste of life in reality, but I haven't been able to truly, really, actually feel it because I've been still scared shitless of her, and I need a dead. So will you come with me because I need to make
Angel
sure.
has a calm. There's a little tiny ruby in her hair that has got calm emotions tied to it that goes off.
Need to make sure there's nothing left of her. No redemption.
𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓
no
said, of
changing of
course, that
nature
was
into
always the
something greater.
plan. All I ask is leave her essence, soul and heart to me.
You'll have to be quick on the draw, because I make no promises. There's something feral sitting in me. And it needs to bite her as much as I do. As she then promptly spins around, goes to make her way down and over to where Piper stay.
Piper is staying. Is Piper around? Piper?
Is Piper around?
Piper?
We don't know, because also Ember did stipulate she did not have her headset. So,
Piper?
if she is still muted now, she may not actually be around to hear any of what we are saying.
Okay.
Which means for the sake of this may be an issue of who wants to shadowbox the druid. And we'll get into that.
I never played a druid, so I think it'd be a bad idea.
Yeah. I have a druid in a pile of possible backup characters for various different things that I've tossed around with, but any actual practice in using that class, I don't know.
I have. But that's because I have multiple characters in the game that I have to play at the same time. So...
Now this will need a Roll20 login.
I'm going to let you know that Angel is going to rush around and look over at her son, Thor. What did you want to make for dinner this evening? You have to make the preparations.
I'm gonna go find at least 4 mountain goats. I'm gonna roast. Just do a nice classic
What
roast.
kind of roast? You know Lillian's gonna ask what kind. Angel's pulling on her outfit and all of her gear.
Spit roast for a bunch of mountain goats.
Avery's
Okay.
doing some last minute like oil and polish on Aegis.
So what else? What sides do you want? She looks over at her son. This is like peeling teeth for her right now.
Let's keep it straightforward. Let's bougie up some basic tavern fat. You know, use actual
So you want
spices
some,
and
like-
fats and what have you. Like
You mean
mash and...
garlic mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I like garlic mashed
Do you want
potatoes.
How about we do a stew, which makes it easier for her to eat?
God damn it! Now I want more garlic
is
mashed potatoes.
I can go make some right now. I have the stuff here to make it right now.
You can't give it to me though.
I know. I'm sorry, my friend.
with theirs.
She looks over her son. What kind of person is she? You're not giving me any type of... Are you trying to keep this all close to your chest? Is that what we're doing right now?
Close to the chest for now, yes.
Are you seriously that scared that I'm not going to approve of whoever they are, even if they're more than one? Or?
It's not scared of a lack of approval, it's...
You don't want us to scare her off.
Right. We, as a family, are a lot.
I love how you say that. That orc girl is taking it in strides.
We're not walking into some village hut and it's like a small hovel where it's like you and Dad and a couple of babes at your hip. It's... We're an ocean of souls and possibilities and lives. And chaos and childlike wonder and childlike spice. And children in adult bodies and adults in children's bodies, and we're a lot.
Yeah, but the adults and children's bodies doesn't exist anymore, remember?
You know the point I'm making.
Okay. I would like you to make your point more accurately. We're not going to be able to explain it to her.
We are a lot, and I want to softball that to her. Not everything all
So
at once.
how many of the siblings do you want at dinner, and how many do you not?
Everybody's really well behaved. Just let it be gradual. Everybody can show up. Just let it be gradual, not all at once.
She looks over him. Be more precise. She looks over Nicodemus. That didn't help me. I understand that we're a lot. I need you to be a little bit more precise. Mom has a lot to do today.
Not everybody all at once. Maybe like an hour before everybody's at the table. After people start showing up at the table. Does that make more sense for what I mean by gradual?
Yes, but that means I'm going to have to close tavern fare for the evening, and you are going to owe me out of your pocket.
Fine.
Okay. We make a lot when we're in Marquest. I'm gonna let Lillian do the estimations, not me. I'm not gonna be the one to do that. Lillian is the one running a lot of the estimations for me right now.
Could we not do outdoor seating for most of the normal tavern goers? It's Marquest. It's not like that's going to be disrupted.
We're not going to do out. You want to do outdoor seating, or you want it indoor?
We could do.
We can do the garden. You want to do something in the garden? We can set the garden apart.
Then let's do the garden.
Ask your sister to work on the flowers for you.
Okay.
You want this to go well, make some setting.
Yeah.
I'm not asking you to clean everything. She looks over at her kids. Everyone has to help Thor today. Thor is in charge for most of the day. Do not cause trouble, or I get to take everybody's allowance for a week. She looks at all of the adults.
I feel like I'd get along better with Loki than Thor.
Oh, Loki's one of my younger children.
Do you low-key feel like you get along better with Loki?
It's proud of that one.
It's a knee slapper. Take 1d4 points of psychic damage, everybody. No.
No, that was like the worst bad joke ever. Alright, She looks over at Thor. I'm leaving it to you. I'm gonna go help on this mission. She looks over at Nick. She looks over at Lillian. Help him. She's like the mental thought process. He's not gonna know what to do.
They're already on it.
And should the delegate arrive today, please move him to a special room, please. Men are impatient. I don't expect him not to show up unannounced. He's a boy.
Well, I don't know, Lovey. His mother was well behaved, and if... Yeah, I know you make a point. It's some rural nobility, so I guess it's kind of a coin toss.
It is a coin toss. It's always a coin toss with Somro. Because they're happy where they're at, and they should be. She set them up very well.
Coin toss as to whether or not they are some of the most tolerable people we'll meet, or just completely insufferable.
That's a half and half. Always. All right, let's go ahead and get ready to go. And I want... Can you put the barding on Archimedes before we leave?
Yeah.
Please?
As long as you're sure.
I am sure that we're taking Archimedes. He is immortal now, so he is coming home with us. He needs to learn to use those wings, Nicodemus.
Yeah.
It can't just be Aurelia lifting me all the time. Our daughter cannot be tied to my leg.
I'm aware.
Speaking of Aurelia, she looks over at her daughter. Do me a big favor. Get Thor's blues down, the ones that we saved for him.
Okay.
So she says to Aurelia, the outfit that you bought for him, just in case something like this happened.
Yeah.
You get to stay behind this time, she looks at Aurelia.
But what if I want to go fight?
Do you want to come with?
Is this I get to stay behind, or you want me to stay behind?
It's up to you. I'm not going to push you to do one or the other. If you want to help your brother, you're welcome to it. But make sure you break his blues down and put him in his room. That was his gift for his date night. You got it together. You put it together.
I'll help him put together his date night then. I don't want to
Can
disappoint
you
him.
keep the baby dragons entertained, please?
Yeah.
They're not going to leave somebody's side.
Yeah.
She looks at all the little ones. I am leaving you here with your sister for the afternoon. For the day. No arguments, no ifs, ands, or buts. Mom and Dad will let you be cling wrapped to them when we get back, okay?
Okay.
She shovels the kids out of the necklace because she can't handle some time alteration. How many kids stay in the necklace even though they're not supposed to? This is a hard ask.
How many kids stay in the necklace even though they're not supposed to?
Mm-hmm.
Given the type of thing that you're going off to engage with, no more than 5 of them, really.
Are they actual dietic children, or are they adoptees?
They're adoptees who are confused.
Not well versed. Am I able to shake him out before we leave, or do we leave with him?
Up to you. Do you choose to shake them out?
I am going to shake the necklace.
All right. Those are a couple of crappy rolls. Yeah, those 5 managed to get knocked out of the necklace.
I'm going to say something, and I'm going to say this for the 5 of you. Hags will eat your toes like evil monsters from scary storybooks. Stay with your siblings. Do not follow mommy today. She pets their heads and then sends them off. She looks over at Leon. You stay behind.
Understood.
It's a time, Hag. I don't know what she's going to do to you.
Yeah.
Archimedes, into the necklace. None of the puppies need to be inside either. Nothing that can age. Angel's mind is like, I can't put anything that ages in the necklace. She looks over at Kismet. Kismet, do me a big favor.
Yeah.
Take the kids shopping, but no candy stores.
We'll see what we can do.
Just keep them out for as long as you can. Your brother wants everything to go smoothly.
Okay.
She hands her an amount of gold out of her bag. She's like, I don't know how much you're gonna need. Just go take it and go. I'm waiting for Piper. It is now covered in glaze.
Woo!
Now it must dry.
𝕊𝖓 said she said in general she's feeling weird.
Weird? Weird how? Is her stomach messed up? Hi, Chipotle. My stomach exploded. It's just a...
Okay. Let's say this, since we're actually past the 2-hour mark, we're gonna. I would say let's do the actually properly scheduled BRB right here, while we're trying to get people gathered up. Also, so that I can maybe get some caffeine in my system, because my own energy levels are starting to plummet, and I don't fucking know why. So I'm gonna see about getting that fixed.
He's called away for 2 minutes.
Break up, you like shit? Which figures? Don't it? Just figures. But whatever.
You know what I can hear in my head?
Hmm.
Do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do. Daintily, daintily, how do? My brain is all over the place.
Yeah.
I feel like a very special snowflake right now.
It's okay to feel that way.
Get to try my new tools today. New tools. Watching the stream. Watching the stream.
All right. Sorry about that. Wait, everybody. Now, where the fuck were we? There was Cassie. Mostly asking everybody about getting into fight and stuff. So get with
What is that
news.
noise in the background, Joe?
What noise?
Joe, guys, what is the noise in the background of the feed?
There's a noise?
Is it Amber's TV in the background? Is there a microphone being picked up in the background on one of those feeds?
Which stream are you watching? Are you watching the actual live stream?
Kazuma Avery stream.
Oh. I had a separate window playing some music and a stream, but I guess it was.
If you're picking up anything that's browser related, then any browser stuff that you play at all will also play through it.
Awesome.
Okay,
So I'll pause all my videos. I had 1 hour of silence, occasionally broken by Pikmin noises.
Really
1 hour of
simple
silence
remedy.
broken by gnome noises, and 2 more Pikmin breakups and honey hive galaxy 10 hour.
Really simple remedy for that. For those observing that stream output, literally just click stream volume and put it to 0 because we're not having any sound go through Roll20 as it is. That'll be a little different for when.
But I've already paused everything, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
All I can hear right now, all I can think about is. That's Pikmin noise.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the marching theme.
Yeah, it's one of the marching themes.
One of them there marching
Lisa likes
themes.
that game.
Yeah.
I've got a bag full of tools here. I'm gonna put them on the table, yes.
Look at me. It's too high. There.
Rest of the sandwich goes in there. I'm having really bad texture issues today. It's really bad. Wow. I don't even want Cheez-Its. It's a weird thing to not want Cheez-Its for me.
It's literally just crunch, cheddar, and salt.
Yes, but it does have a grease on it.
It's very slight grease.
Having a grease day. I know, but it's just enough for my.
Enough for your tongue to pick up on a film.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, fair.
Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad. Please don't get mad. I can't wait to go into my bedroom, but I have to finish this dumb piece of pottery first. Yeah, that's the toilet room.
Right up to the bathroom, but not engaged tonight.
Brick, are you next to a microwave?
No, I was just too far away from. I feel like it's getting worse.
Yeah, a little bit. Okay.
As I was saying, part of me wants to say, let's get up right next to the boss room, but not engage.
Ow, ow, I hurt.
Because I'm tired. And I don't want to do a boss encounter that's going to bring us to 2 a.m.
Yep. That was my biggest concern. It usually is my biggest concern. Wow. Okay. Ember is looking for the solution to her problem. Oh, that noise.
Oh no, I was moving a thing.
I'm getting stabbed. That's what's happening to me.
My glasses leave a mark on my nose.
Well, that's fun.
Mine leave a mark on the side of my head. And that's regardless of whether I'm skinny or big. I'll just crease the sides of my temples. Maybe, is that because I'm always getting ones that are a little too small? Well, yeah, but if I get ones that fit, they always slide down my face. I prefer the temple dent over them falling down. Knocking over my... Ah, motherfucker!
I don't think I want to do that to your mother. Joe, I don't think I want to do that to your mother.
She's done it enough. The last kid she had to get cut out of her, and he's had an ocean of health issues that came with that in the 27 years since.
Vinestra said, so just to clarify, what we doing?
Ah. So, Cassie just gathered you all up, or at least asked for you all to get gathered up, so if there's anything that, as you guys gather up, with a choice of room regardless, that you guys would like to discuss, plan, whatever else in, like, the last couple of minutes before finally heading off to...
We don't know what her area looks like, so I don't know. Let's
I don't know what to expect, except some time-related powers, probably.
You guys did technically briefly visit it, didn't you? And you guys did have her in stasis alongside having... Was it just Violet that visited it?
I think.
V visited it.
Okay. Well, for the sake of simplicity, because I believe...
As Vinestra was the one to walk there.
Alright.
Yeah, hold on.
For the sake of simplicity then, because you guys have, for the most part, had, I believe, surveillance on the area since putting her in stasis.
Mm-hmm.
This is what you're dealing with.
The map changed.
While you are not physically present there, this is what you are able to see of the area.
There's some green, like, rural village area to the right, and lots of, like, icy electric blue stuff everywhere.
Now, notably, I will say you guys have observed this enough to know that that sort of lack of color and discoloration these are areas that are kind of pockets of time that have been so disconnected from their actual present moment that they have actually lost the sort of light reflective color of the present moment. So these are, the ones that are paler are cut the most distantly from their present moment in time. So they are farther flung pieces of the past. All the way down to a really far-flung piece of the past that you might see in the lower left.
Oh, so the electric blue is like it's just sectioning off these different temporal areas.
Yeah, there's little pockets, effectively. As far as...
We've got closer to present, we've got kind of halfway to far past, and then we have far past.
Yeah.
But they all seem to be different locations.
Essentially. And where you would know Cassie to have originally been based, it would have been that sort of closer to present moment sort of house area in the bottom right, whereas mostly the hag was based in the top right area, that sort of more locked into the present moment region. Where the hag is currently momentarily locked into stasis. Let me grab tokens because you guys would be able to see into this as well. She's locked in right there.
Oh, that's one ugly bitch.
Yes, she is. She looked a lot more approachable when time was able to move around her, because that was able to sort of distort the more ugly visage she held. In freezing her moment, those sort of illusions were not able to move and cover that, so you were able to see just exactly the deal of fresh hell you're kind of working with.
Angel, Piper, Avery. Oh, we're missing Aegis.
Ah, hold on.
Last time you did a BFG, or not BFG, fucking robot, friendly robot guy.
Yeah, let me grab a little some here.
Violet. I thought Violet was bigger.
Only when she's big. He's
I'm big when I'm big, and I'm small when I'm small.
Yeah.
Here's Amira and
Vinestra said otherwise she's
Ow.
fun size.
Yeah.
And
I'm
actually,
able to live with.
sorry, one of those is a
And
little bit of a
yes.
spoiler. Let me go ahead and just kind of return that to the... Sorry,
Oh.
nobody needs to see that.
Never mind, we aren't supposed to know who that is yet.
It's a fine life. It's a fine life. And it ain't
This is Halston, right?
Yes.
Shiny boy.
And for combat, I keep him at his biggest size.
Okay. Where's my controls for that? I need to zoom in a little more, I think. Alright. Oh, 20 use a bitch. Alright, there we go.
The grass is green and bends.
And then we'll just say that you can control it. Da-da-da-da. I'm seeing nuns instead of 30s. That is what you are able to visibly see into the pocket at the moment, and I will say you guys are able to, while you are not present in that domain right now, make whatever preparations you deem necessary before heading in. Since you guys aren't fully comfortable doing the fight at this hour, given that it may stretch into some uncomfortable hours of the evening or into the buck-off early morning, I'd say it'd be a better spot to probably start next session with the starts of that fight, so that you guys are...
Yeah, I think we should get to the point we are right about to engage, so that we don't end up with another session of hours of prep and to prolonging. Because I'm still good to go another hour or two.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought we could get through at least a quarter of the battle.
The actual launch moment is going to be maybe 5-minute stops of some descriptions.
Yeah, that's fine. That would be if we could. Joe, I don't think the battle's going to take as long as we think it's going to take. Because it only took, what, 3 rounds last time for us to fight a monster?
Well, depends on how the rolls go. So,
let's just give it a shot. I don't think we're going to take that long.
Give it a shot. Just
If
we
it
start
gets
going
longer,
past like
yeah.
12:30, I'm just gonna bail. Like,
Yeah, no, it would be time to bail if we did that.
All right. So then as you all gather together, you choose to go ahead and make the teleportation off into the Time Hag's domain.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well then.
Joe, do we have the full set rules for my new weapon?
I believe so. I believe they were written out in the chat that you and Venestra have, since that's where you guys kind of talk
DM'd them
tinker
to
and
you,
stuff.
and you said they might need some more balancing.
Uh,
Some tweaks, you said.
I believe I said they were fine as is.
Oh, maybe you said we can try them as is, and if they need tweaks.
Yeah, if they need tweaks, yeah, it's going to be it's going to be a matter of let's play test it. So.
Yeah. Got it.
Excuse me.
There you go.
Okay. So the city soundtrack is a little too peaceful for what you guys are going into.
Mm-hmm.
So, stepping once again into the Time Hag's domain, you can already feel the stasis around her beginning to crumble, as that stasis was only meant to be present as long as you were not. In that sort of split hair of a moment, you can already see sort of those false visages beginning to try and wash over her again to a more sort of trustworthy, almost beautiful form as the eyes twist and turn toward the lot of you with hunger and with hatred, though notably there is almost a twist and boiling of rage plainly visible on Cassie's face. Her face turning red, her ruby scales across her form beginning to grow as her body lurches, expands, and explodes outward into the full grown form of a young adult ruby dragon, which was what was being initially shown off. Go ahead and see here. And I will go ahead and also copy the full form of the art into session art here for you guys. I would usually provide more verbal bravado and emphasis, but right now my skull feels fucking.
Ooh. Ruby dragon. Did I get that right? It looks like a ruby dragon.
It is a ruby dragon. Jeez.
We'll go ahead and move her back up to the token layer. And now, let's see. One thing. We gotta move you back down real quick out of sight. As while she is still visibly present there, one thing that I have going on with her, one thing needs to come up first. As she starts to come into motion, you can see her hands extended outward and kind of trying to pull the broken bits and pieces of the sort of time-built environment around her through and together into a form. Something physical, something mimicking immediately and almost reflecting the enraged form that her quote-unquote adoptive daughter had just taken, as now an almost sickening, broken tearing of a broken ticking clock begins to flood under her feet, and what she pulls forth and rips together from the broken bits of the time stream in this domain that she calls hers is a clockwork time-bound dragon forming beneath her body that she rides astride. Let me go ahead and pull the up layer, token layer, and then layer for the ugly bitch token layer so that they're on top of each other. And it is in this split moment where time is starting to catch up with her that I will ask everybody to roll initiative. Because time is slowed for her, she has disadvantage, as does her clockwork dragon. Hmm.
28.
Okay.
28 for Violet.
28.
Two natural 20s. What? 28 for Angel, 28 for Violet. It's annoying.
Oh, okay, that's a nat 1, but it's for a total of. Y'all are gonna see my character sheet. 2.
Okay, 2 for Avery.
Vinestra said 20V, 20 Amira.
20V, 20 Amira.
Not that Shrekker. Oh, you got it. Okay.
Okay, that is a 13 for Cassie. She did not roll perfectly well. See how Halcyon rolled. Halcyon! What are you doing? That's a nat 1 for Halcyon. So that's a 4.
Yeah. He's too busy looking at her booty.
Especially because in the mild time distortion, the jiggle physics seem to be slightly slowed.
That's horrible. Why have you done this?
It's
Violet
that scene
looks
from
down at
Click.
the butt. It's like, why have you done this?
Avery. Now, let's roll for the Time Hag and her Dragon Mount, both of which have disadvantage as they are kind of bound. Okay. Now, normally, let me see here. The funny thing is, it balances out to a flat roll, because as a Time Hag, funny, it's almost like manipulation of time is kind of on brand for the creature. They have advantage on initiative rolls. But of course, disadvantage from being slowed and all that. So it balances out to a single roll. That's still a 10 plus, what the fuck is her modifier? Where the fuck is that browser page? I've had this up for a while.
It's been a while since I could
Hold my head up high.
It's been a while
Since I first saw you. Patreon, fuck off. All right, let's see here. Do. There it is. She gets a +2, so that's a 12. She goes right after Casey.
Wasn't a dead end.
Time Hag and the Clock Dragon. Alright, with that as well, there is a lair action that does go just on a straight 22. Because you are in her domain.
Of course.
Da-da-da-da. Silly. How do?
Okay. Now, did I miss anybody on that initiative list? I don't think so.
Is Nicodemus there, or is he helping with the?
Nicodemus
preparations for
was, I believe, specifically asked to hold back and help with the date preparations.
Yeah.
Which he's more than happy to help with his daughter, and his kids at this point fully are kind of prepared for if dad suddenly drops dead for a couple of seconds while trying to put up like streamers.
I mean,
Not that that'll happen. No, never.
Don't start. Don't start. Quit jinxing it, Joe. The minute you say that, my character ends up dying in the episode.
All right, and then I gotta get to the right page for also the sub rules for this bitch. Hold on. Da-da-da-da-da. Where the fuck did it go? This shit hasn't been updated since like 2015 because the dude got bored with the project. It is what it is. All right. There we go. There we are. Okay. I gotta keep that page up. All right. Sorry about the bit of housekeeping. Now, Violet is up, Angel is on deck, or one or the other. It matched initiative, honestly, so you guys can also tag team if you'd like to. It's the thing about matched initiative. Let me go ahead and switch the music to something a little more appropriate, because right now we're in the Nightmare tab, and I meant to press Boss Battle, because that is absolutely what this is. Regardless of the fact that you guys tend to clean house real quick.
Angel is going to use Dragon's Breath, and Violet is going to use Dragon's Breath at the same time.
Okay.
Let me roll the hit. Hold on.
Those are saving throws.
Is
there,
dragon
not
breath
rolls.
coming out of the little gnome?
Yeah. I know. Oh, boom.
Yeah, Dragon's Breath. In either case, they are saving throws. They are not. They are not rolls to hit.
Okay.
Let me get you guys.
It's been a while.
Relatively the same. Yeah, it's been a while. All right, so that is a couple of deck saves, I believe. As you guys are both kind of immediately rolling Dragon's Breath. Now, are these two different kinds of Dragon's Breath?
Well, we're trying to figure out what a weakness is. That was the whole thought process.
Right.
So Angel's
Fair,
going
yeah.
Radiant, and
Angel's
she's
going
going
Radiant?
Fire.
Okay,
Yeah.
Angel's going Radiant, and
No, Angel, because she's carrying the flame of that flame god elemental. She's gonna go for Fire, and
okay, Angel's going Fire,
Violet's going to use Radiant.
and Violet's using Radiant. Okay. Now, for shits and giggles, are there special colors to either of these?
No,
Okay, just straight up raw fire and straight up raw white radiance.
they're trying to figure it out. They're not like, it's like, we're just gonna do phase of the spell.
Okay.
There's no time. We gotta figure it out.
Because this is a tag team attack, and the pair of you are doing this together and doing the same attack, we're basically gonna call this visually what it looks like when Vegito fires off like a final Kamehameha, with one breath kind of swirling around the other as they
You mean
both
a
kind of
flash?
barrel toward her at the same time. No.
You need-
Vegito
Vegito.
combines Final Flash and Kamehameha into a single attack. Do you get what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. All right, so that's 2 saving throws. The first set was a failure against the Radiant. Second set was also a failure against the Fire. All right, go ahead and roll them bones. Roll for the Fire first, if you.
Okay, hold on. This is where I have to get up and move. I'm currently sgraffitoing, and you're like, roll dice. And I'm like, ah! My hands are busy. I'm not trying to make them busy. They're just
It's all
busy.
good. In the case of your hands being busy, I will make sure to program in like just literally one-click macros for the Foundry stuff to make that simple for you.
Okay. Children, just hold on a second.
I'm just looking forward to all my Aegis stuff being in one comprehensible like block instead of scattered between 3 different channels.
Yeah, it'll be a lot simpler. Also, soundscapes will be a fucking thing, which will be super nice. So that, you know, when I'm trying to set up a vibe, people can actually hear it.
That's 30 points of radiant damage. That's the full total with damage. That's the full total.
So
Okay,
again,
that's 5, 10.
what are we starting with fire? How much fire damage?
Okay, fire damage. 25 fire damage.
Okay, 25 fire and 30 radiant, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, the radiant immediately rakes across the pair of them and doesn't seem really impeded. However, the fire, notably, doesn't seem to find much purchase upon her form, though it does sear in somewhat to a degree.
What does that mean, Joe?
It means she's resistant
Means
to
it did
fire
a little
damage.
but I would say it's... Wait, oh, shoot. What'd you say?
It means she's resistant to fire damage.
Resistant. Okay.
So half fire
Anda's
damage.
gonna take her second.
Vinestra
attack,
said,
and
does
she's
the
going-
fire hag's fires help?
Once you try it, it just
Hold
might.
on, I'm not there yet. Angel still has an action left. Violet does not.
Yep.
Angel's going to take the hag's fire that they found, considering that she can do this, and she's going to copy the fire by breathing it in.
Okay.
And considering that's how she learned how to do dragon breath.
So, trying to breathe in the hag's fire. Notably, it catches in your throat the same way like biting into a way too hot slice of pizza and then trying to swallow it. It is a fundamentally different form of fire and not compatible with you in the same way that the primordial type and the dragon fire are.
I'm trying to force it, considering I know that I can do it, so I'm going to use vibe. Is that okay?
I would instead say make a constitution saving throw.
Okay.
This is not impossible, however, I would say it is maybe better suited for someone who is not angel.
That's a natural 20. He's also trying to show Violet how to do it.
Okay. Natural 20. You try and take it in, and you feel it dance and almost fight with the other sort of 2 forms of fire that already reside in your chest. Before, just like trying to find a note as the bard you are, it settles into somewhat
Hold on. I can't. Hold on. I'm gonna get out a call and get back in call. I can't see anybody's face moving. It's creepy.
Okay. Maybe it's because you have like 12 other apps open.
There you go, DM. That was
How many other
terrifying.
apps? How many other apps do you have open? Because we've known this has caused problems with your Discord before.
0.
0. Okay.
Nada. It's also because I was looking at other apps earlier, so it'll freeze.
Okay.
Do it.
Let me pop you back out so that you pop back up on the overlay. Whoop. There we go.
So
All right.
So that's what Angel's gonna try to do. He's gonna show Violet how to do it. Considering Violet also she can use Dragon's Breath as an action and as a reaction now.
Okay. So, once again, to go ahead and finish the description, much like trying to kind of settle in and try and feel a new note as a bard trying to sing, you can feel that fire kind of dancing around, trying to fight against the other types of fire that you've already kind of learned to absorb in your body before it settles in, kind of down in your lower register, almost vocally, like a dissonant subharmonic almost in your chest.
Okay.
But it does settle in. not without fighting you, given what you are and the other styles of fire that you are trying to
She's also
hold in
trying to
there.
show Cassie how to do it.
Yeah.
She's gonna breathe in front of them.
Okay. So now you are going to try... Yeah.
Sorry, I interrupted. You can go ahead. I'll wait on my turn.
All right. So you're going to use your action here to try and do a fire breath using the hag's fire as the locus for that. Is that what I'm getting?
So that's
Okay.
what she's going to do for Violet, because Violet has a reaction, so basically they're going to work on each other's action at the same time. They can use the same attack at the same turn, so she's going to show her how to do it, because that's how she taught her during the break, was how to do different radiant fires, was to show her how it came out.
Mm-hmm.
So she has to show her how to breathe it in, because that's how Angel learned how to actually breathe fire for the first time.
Okay. Now, this is me being perfectly blunt with mechanically what this hand is. It's a spell focus that allows you to bypass fire resistance and does additional damage to specific types of hags. It is a spell focus. But that said, narratively, this is awesome. As you blast this out, there's almost horrifyingly, rather than a normal breath that kind of lurches out of Angel's throat, it looks like a bunch of hands that are climbing out of her mouth, made of fire, going and reaching out to try and kind of wrap around her. It is enormously fucked. It's a little bit like post-transformation Shigaraki vomiting out a bunch of hands, except they're made of fire.
It's Death Swarm.
It's
outside.
disturbing as shit.
What is the analogy that they use during that thing? It's from Dark Souls. It's like Dark Souls in this.
A little bit. So, how much do you normally roll for your fire breath?
5d6.
5d6. Okay. Now, with that, I want you to go ahead and roll me an additional 3d6 because you basically get an additional half of your amount of dice rounded up. There's also no resistance here, so 8d6 total, if you would please. That goes for anybody who is in possession of this spell focus and using a fire anything on this bitch, whether it is fire-based spells or fire-influenced attacks, like whether it's from a monk or something like that.
$29 points of damage.
29 points of damage. All right. Immediately casting forth this gout of fire, and you can feel it crawling forth from your chest with almost intelligent intention out of you. And that in and of itself is horrifying to feel come out of you. As it wraps around this bitch and kind of cloys up her body, and immediately kind of begins to sear against, of course, the Clockwork Dragon and against her on the spot.
Violet is going to do the same thing.
And
Violet
she
is going to
recoils immediately. All right. So the hand getting kind of moved in her direction, Violet is going to go ahead and attempt the same thing.
Does she need to roll a con save? Because Violet can probably handle it.
This was you absorbing the nature of the spell focus for later use, right? Because you're trying to play Pokemon with fire natures, essentially.
Well,
Violet
that's how she taught Violet.
is Violet. Okay, so Violet's doing the same thing rather than treating it as a spell focus. That's fine. Go ahead and roll me that con save. Now that's not a critique. If you want to play, if you want to basically play Pokemon with fire natures, be my guest.
28 for Violet.
28. Same horribly fucked up feeling, though notably, Violet's a little less phased by it, given that Violet A is already very used to hags and their fucked up influence, and also your time in the Abyss. You've had meals that have fought back on you and crawled down your throat and shit before. This isn't entirely unfamiliar.
17 plus 13 plus
All right, was that another 8d6 in this case?
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get the numbers. 17 plus 18. No, 17. No, 17 plus 13, which is 20. It's 30. We can do math. Plus 9. 39 points of damage.
39 points of damage. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and say that both of those happened at the same time as well, just kind of another instance of tag teaming, where in this case, where the first one looked a little bit like kind of like the final Kamehameha, this is very much just kind of double down fire Shigaraki hands coming out of both of you, and they're kind of almost swirling around each other in almost like a fucked up synchronized swimming showcase made of fire, and it sounds like it's almost giggling using both of your pairs of vocal cords in a voice that distinctly isn't either of yours.
I have a question. Did Cassie see how they did that?
Cassie, yeah, she saw it. Whether or not she absorbed that is another question entirely.
I just did the thing. I'm good. DM. I did a thing. I'm good.
All right.
Angel's gonna get on top of Violet.
One instance of twisted visuals out of the way. We move on to the lair action. And let me really quick here.
Can I use my... Is there any way I could use my item to disable lair actions?
I don't believe you have anything specifically in play right now that does that. You've also, I believe, used up all of your actions on your turn.
I know, but my question is, next round, can I disable lair actions if I wanted to? Because I've only got one item that does that, and Violet hasn't.
You have stuff that disables legendary actions. I don't recall you having anything that disables lair actions.
We got that at the last battle of the last episode of the last season. I kept it in my bag.
Oh boy. Man, you guys all the crazy shit. Okay.
You know, it's a 2-time use. I only get to use it twice. When we end up in a really shitty place.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't get to use it every time. Violet is very, very picky. And it doesn't have a recharge. It is over once it's over. You only gave us 2.
Yeah. Because that is a broken fucking thing to give you guys.
You only gave it to me because you know I wouldn't screw you over.
Alright. So.
But I don't want to fight a dragon and I want us to go to bed on time. I'm saying it out loud.
I'm going to go ahead and roll a d4 for who I'm going to ask to roll this next part for the lair action.
Okay.
Venestra, if you would please give me a d10.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I don't like that.
Vinestra said 10.
Wow.
Okay.
That's great. Thanks, bud. Thanks, bud.
So.
Thanks, dear body.
You're welcome.
Not excited for this.
Right, there was a chance that it was only a 1, which would have been a really fun clean sweep. All right.
So we really needed a really fun clean sweep. That's what we needed to go to bed on time.
And as we said, this might have carried over into next week. So, people are still going to bed on time. Ending sessions in the middle of encounters have happened before. So, the lair action goes off, echoes of the past. Wherein soldiers from the past start to get summoned into this space, notably toting firearms, wearing Kevlar, holding helmets and shaded coverall armor, confused as their eyes are glowing with the distorted sort of temporal influence, same from the hag's eyes, as their firearms are suddenly almost like puppets on strings being trained on the lot.
That's fucking terrifying.
Thanks, Vanessa.
Which is to say, there's 10 of them.
Yeah,
That's 4.
that's what the whole point was.
That's 5.
Yeah.
6.
5,
7.
6, 7,
That's 8.
8.
That's 9. And then the last guy we'll put in the game store, because why not?
Going back to my other page so I can work on my other thing.
Now, core D&D rules state that when it comes to groups of the same kind of enemy, I just roll initiative once and the group gets that position in the initiative. Some teams like to do it individually. I used to do it individually, and that would make it a bit of a fucking slog. I learned that it's an official rule that just one makes it for the group. That's a lot simpler. So I'm just going to do that. All right. These are highly trained soldiers from actually the time of the Shattering. They have a +5 to their dexterity. That is a 21. They got a 16.
Thanks, bud.
Can I try to steal one of their guns to reverse engineer?
Absolutely not.
Notably,
I'm not
they
asking
seem
Angel.
only partially physically here. They seem almost partially ethereal in their nature. You may not be able to retrieve anything of them.
Right. I know what Angel was gonna say. I was asking the DM.
No, there are rules to this. The land. I'm letting you know. I'm telling this to Avery and to basically. I'm gonna tell you above board. I'm letting you know that we were made aware that people disappeared because the communist mentis did not want to advance into gun machines.
And notably, why one group disappeared, you will know as you see their name listed in the initiative.
Where are they in initiative, motherfucker? I can't
Right
see.
under the lair action is they got a 21.
Temporal ops.
Time soldiers.
Yep.
Yeah.
They got killed. We didn't know where they went after that one episode.
And they are all going. So, to make this simple, I will color code them, probably going into next week to make it a little simpler to target them. But for right now, I'm just going to go from top to bottom here. First two, immediately, we're going to fire on Halcyon because shiny, and I mean sunlight shiny, pointed elf ear man. A little confusing. Also, their last interaction with elves was notably very hostile. One hits, one completely fucking misses. As a thunderous noise fires off, and a bullet leaves the barrel, immediately crunching into the plate on Halcyon's armor, not piercing through, as of course, metal armor was actually known to be a developed defense against firearms until it was discovered to be too cheap to continue too expensive to keep manufacturing. Still, there is a notable concave dent suddenly in his chest. And we move on.
Being hammer out. Bye.
Next one is immediately going after Aegis because them bots are trying to take our jabs.
Speaking of, I think he's supposed to be 3x3.
3x3.
I think his largest size is huge.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he's supposed to be almost 15 feet at this point.
Okay, there we go.
Because that's what they were working on. That's what the extra medal the angel gave him was for.
No, it's for the mithril chain blade.
Next three are immediately
He's always
firing.
been able to get to huge size.
Yeah, next three are
Well, no,
immediately
not
firing.
always.
Aegis.
Ever since he was like remade into this.
There's a 20 hit Aegis.
Does a 20 hit Aegis? I think that just barely hits. I think his AC is 20.
His AC is 20. Okay. A natural 2 won't hit him in that case. 18 won't hit him, so one of those rounds hits him.
There's a little plink against his shin.
Kind of, yeah. Notably, you can see as it kind of burrows into the metal plating and almost sits and rotates there, as part of that metal seems to almost glow red before the bullet itself ethereally fizzles out to some other point in time. That leaves another 6 to go, and they are going to go after... Let's see. Angel and Violet have immediately caused problems for the hag. So, 2 are going to go after Angel here. It's a natural 5.
Good luck trying to hit her.
And a 23.
None of them hit.
Okay. 2 are going after Violet. Natural 6, no. Natural 2, no. Alright, and then the last 2 are going after the next biggest things that they see, which in this case are Venestra and Cassie. Does a 21 hit you, Venestra? Natural 8 will not hit Cassie in the form of a ruby dragon at the moment.
Venestra said negatory.
Alright. Shitload of high-tech, temporarily displaced soldiers are not prepared for magically empowered fantasy people. It is what it is. Oh no, I hope I don't fall. Venestra, you're up. Amira's on deck.
Oh no.
Well, actually, sorry, Venestra
How
and Amira
high
are on
up
the
in
same.
the air is
so
the
Cassie's
hag? Dragon.
They have not taken flight yet, as again, that sort of temporal slow has a little bit fucked my intro round for their fight, so you guys are doing good.
And what do you know?
Very well.
Someone's about to die because it's Venestra's turn.
I fell into a burning ring of fire.
I bet you can't take out 3 of those ads at a time.
And it burns, burns, burns. I wish you would take out the time people trying to kill us with guns.
That's what I meant by ads.
The additional.
Now, to also be perfectly clear, I had a D8 table for what she would summon. This is not the worst thing she could have summoned.
I know. I also know what time monsters are, Joe.
Oh no, there were also just straight up soldiers that had better gear than this on that table too.
Venestra said Vay is going to launch off 4 explosive arcane rounds into the air, letting them plummet down onto the battlefield. Meta swarm.
Alright. They're definitely not prepared for magical artillery strikes. What kind of saving throw is that gonna be?
Is an additional enemy.
Dex.
Dex. Fantastic. These guys are very trained, but seeing the sky open up and throw itself at them, they might not be super prepared for all the same. And I'm still just rolling for the group at... Wow. Okay. Huh. That is a 30 for these guys. They rolled really fucking well. I think they're starting to wise up to, oh, these are, oh, wait, dragons, elves, oh, we're dealing with magic. Shit.
Fuck.
It is also absolutely at least giving you a little bit of a preview of what the human military complex was like right as the world
Vinestra
was
said
breaking
that
apart.
does hit everyone as an aside.
Oh, yeah. Let me go ahead and roll for the hag and the dragon as well. Hag got a crit, a natural 20, and the dragon got an 18. Is that everybody? Is that, let's sweep the field?
As it's 440 radius spheres.
Okay, that's everybody. Okay, everybody else, roll me a dex save if you would. And whoever wants to roll a dex save for Piper. I think this is a,
Not party
you guys
members.
can take it. Oh,
Oh, not party members. Okay.
okay. Gotcha. Never mind.
Ooh.
Poor Piper.
Cassie steps out like, nah, I can take it. No, you can't.
And they're like, everybody put your hands, sit down. And I was like, sit down.
Yeah, is it all possible to adjust it so that Avery would slide above the robot?
Yeah, let me, what I can do here is I can put him on the GM layer real quick, and then you on the GM layer, and then I'll pop him up first, and then you, and you'll be technically on top.
Okay.
So let's...
Because right now, if I put him in the center one, like, Avery's just gone.
Yeah, so let's see. Let's do this. And layer.
Vinestra said it does also damage buildings, objects too, and ignite unworn flammable things.
Okay, that was supposed to have Avery on top. Oh, wait. Oh. Ah, no. I got it. I understand now. Hold on. There we go.
Hey, there you go.
"69 fire damage and 80 bludgeoning half on a successful save.
First of
V
all,
does have
nice.
Elemental Adept to remove resistance and immunity to fire damage.
Fantastic. All right, another 69. Fantastic. And immediately lighting up, as you can see, a lot of these sort of stripped trees around, especially kind of this broken down courtyard-like area, immediately light up. Not with orange flame, but with that same sort of disjointed and temporarily out of sync, almost white and blue. As immediately a shitload of these guys, especially with that damage output, just immediately get smoked and sent off to whatever end of the world mess that they were just pulled away from. Probably to be met with another pile of rubble anyway, so they died maybe half a second earlier in the time stream, technically, than they were supposed to. And was one focused over by the game store, or is that guy still chill?
I still keep thinking.
Vinestra said yes.
Yeah, it is.
He's chilling. He's browsing the old nostalgic game section.
Hey, look!
Whoa, is that Mario Kart?
It's like, is this heaven?
Hey, this duck, is this, what is it? What is the duck game?
Is this Duck Hunter? I haven't seen this in years.
Yes!
Duck Hunt.
Oh my god, Duck Hunter!
Whoa, these are super.
V and Amira also tag team for their final actions.
You guys have the same initiative, so yes. Again, any matching initiative can be treated as a tag teaming thing, which does allow the normal rules to stretch a little bit.
𝕲𝖊𝖓 sent the two's rolls. Amira is gonna cast Rune of Imprisonment on Dragon, and Vi's gonna charge at the hag to slash at her.
Okay, Rune of Imprisonment on the dragon. Is that what kind of saving throw do we have for that?
Attack roll.
Oh, it's an attack roll. Okay. Gotcha. All right. Running up. Go ahead and make you swing bat. Assuming you can control your token properly, right? Or are there any function issues that I need to fix? Okay, we're good. We're good.
𝕲𝖊𝖓 said, so the rolls are in the text end stuff.
Fantastic. Let me take a look here. Okay. Yeah, all of those hit.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you in a minute. Hold on. Let's let Vanessa and Avery finish.
Absolutely.
𝕲𝖊𝖓 said finished turn.
Okay, great.
Then it's Cassie's after Amira. And then the time hag and Halcyon. Then Avery.
All right.
Well, we're probably gonna get through a first round without being done. That's gonna be nice.
All right, so Cassie is up. Let me go ahead and see here. And what does Rune of Imprisonment do? If you would please reiterate that for me.
General chat.
General chat. Let me double check here. Trace a glowing black rune in the air with streaks. Okay, make a ranged spell attack on the target. On a successful hit, rune absorbs the target creature, leaving only a glowing. It's a Pokeball.
That's not how this works.
Streaks toward and envelops its target. Make a ranged spell attack against target. The rune absorbs the target creature, leaving only the glowing rune in the space the target occupied. Okay, but does it get a chance to escape? It makes like 3 escape rolls. Dunk, dunk.
To make the do-dun noise.
Yeah.
Let's see. Creature adjacent to the rune can use an action to attempt to disrupt its energies. Doing so allows the imprisoned creature to make a wisdom saving throw. On a success, this disruption negates the imprisonment and ends the effect. Disruption can be only attempted once per round.
Here it is.
All right, so we're moving the Clockwork Dragon for the moment. Just whoop. Hold on.
Nintendo called. We're getting sued.
No, we're not getting sued. We're even on the wrong note. We're fine. I'm
Accidentally
trying to sing it on the wrong one.
fucked up the movement there. Let's fix that.
Did she just successfully capture the dragon? Nope, it's back.
So now I'm just having functionally.
Vinestra
issues
said
trying
it
to
needs
get
at least
stuff.
3 wiggles to capture.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Also, apparently, you'll have better luck if you hold down the B button.
Is that actually a thing? I thought that was a myth.
Yes,
It
it
is
is. No, it's a thing. It's a thing.
Is that just like some weird old game optimization bullshit, or is that like an intended feature?
It's an intended feature from the old game system.
Well, actually, for some versions of the game, it is absolutely a myth. For others, it absolutely actually has mechanical bearing on what the fuck happens.
If I remember, it's A. It's repeatedly pressing A, not holding down B. B is the one that makes everybody go away, and A is the one
There
you
are
lose.
different schools of thoughts on which one will help you there, honestly.
What? B
Yep.
is the make it go away button. B is the go away button. That's the go away button on the Game Boy. Leave me alone. I know too much about my Game Boy.
Nostalgia battles, am I right? So,
This is not nostalgia, but I was back at the beginning. I was there.
do
when
not
it
cite
was
the
fun.
deep magic to me, which I was there when it was written.
there when it was written. We both went there. We both went there.
I mean, how can you
My
not?
first game was blue.
Vinestra said Casey is up.
I don't
Yeah,
even know
Casey's
what
up. Sorry, I
that
was having
reference
trouble
is
with the telephones.
from.
All right, Casey is up. Going to go ahead and try and be a third with the hag breath. So, let's see here.
That's from Narnia.
Yeah. Now, notably, especially as she pulls up in full dragon form, one thing I should mention, she actually has something up called Amplification Aura. So, with that in mind, for any allies within 30 feet of Casey right now, your spell save DCs that enemies have to contend with increase by 3 when in 30 feet of her. Because this is not her with adventuring levels, this is her just going straight raw Ruby Dragon right.
I'm letting you know Angel's going to be doing a lot of vicious mockery in a minute, and I'm excited for it. I'm probably going to try to combine 2 spells because I have a new thing that allows me to do it. Haha, haha.
As such, notably,
I'm not sure if I've ever seen the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, but I have read the book.
I
know I've seen it.
I'm shocked that's your order of operations. I'm actually kind of impressed.
It isn't usually.
That's
an
actually
outlier.
notably unusual for most.
I read it
cases.
as a small child because it was given to me.
Well, hell yeah. Shockingly, Ruby Dragons don't have a breath weapon by default. So,
Angel did teach it. You can teach it again.
well, she observed she's going to try to do it. Since this physicality doesn't normally occupy a breath weapon, her con save's going to be at disadvantage.
Just in a few books, but we had a set.
Okay, that is a natural 9. Her constitution benefit, I believe, is halfway okay.
Smells like dust.
Ooh. No, that makes for a 10. All right.
Can I give her advantage on that, Joe?
What you can do for that is for a saving throw, I believe you can use your luck. Since this is
Yeah, let's go ahead and use luck. Violet will use one, and then Angel will use one. I'm gonna go back and forth in case she acts like an idiot fool.
okay. That makes for 13. Not quite high enough to summon a breath weapon in a body that's not designed for it. So notably, as she tries to summon it forth, you almost watch like this bad sulfur burp literally light up in her chest.
I have a
smoke
question.
kind of-
Does it blow back on Angel's face? Is it one of those moments where it blows back on Angel's face because she's the one holding the fire?
Given that you're in proximity with her, you're watching as just this kind of sulfurous smog immediately kind of flows out of her nose and mouth, and it, we'll say because of pure wind direction, it does kind of go in your direction. Body's not designed for that. She didn't roll in that one, so she's not taking damage. But I will say she's going to forgo that and just go for a physical attack right up in this bitch's face. So, immediately she's going to go ahead and go for a... Yeah. While it's not a breath weapon, she's going to immediately go for a psionic shift that kind of goes right in with a bite. So first of all, that's going to be a natural 20 for the bite. That ain't bad. Okay, so that's going to be 11 piercing damage from the bite, and then for the psionic shift, which is a release of telekinetic energy that she's bearing down on her right as kind of the bite barrels into her arm as she's just kind of, well, ignoring the no longer present clockwork dragon that has currently been magically pokeballed for a moment. The bitch has to try and make a DC, looks like 24 intelligence saving throw. So let's see how this goes for her. Okay, she has advantage on those facts. Okay. Oh. Yeah, that is a natural 20 from the time hack, unfortunately. So she does not
Make
take
her
the
roll it
additional force
again.
damage.
Make her roll it again! If Cassie has all of Violet's original stats, she has luck.
All right, natural 6. She takes a bit of force damage from that bite as it immediately kind of barrels into her. As it looks like some of the ruby almost cracks biting into her flesh. All right. That is Cassie, and now, unfortunately,
Agree.
right on cue.
What about Violet? What about Piper?
Oh shit, nobody rolled initiative for Piper.
Nobody rolled initiative for Piper, and she didn't tell me if she wanted me to do it.
One trait that I forgot to bring up for the duration of the combat, because it's not me if I don't forget a massive chunk of a monster's stat block at the start of a combat. Horrific appearance. Any humanoid that starts within 30 feet of a hag on their turn does make a wisdom saving throw or become frightened. Now, the only characters I think that actually got within 30 feet of her are...
Cassie, Venestra, and Amira.
Yeah. So, even though it's retroactive, wisdom saving throws from you guys, if you would, please.
Grabbing some water, be right back.
Be fair, they're within 5 feet of her. And let's see. Yeah, Angel and Violet are actually, I believe, a couple of squares out of that range, so are not affected by the horrific appearance.
Vinestra said jokes on her. Can't be frightened.
All right, so you looking at that fugly ass going, seen worse.
Actually, that hag needs to roll for Cassie as well. Dragons have their own fear factor. And if the hag can't be frightened, Cassie is the only one that can. But Cassie also, with the hag being that proximity, and for dragons in general, they have an aura.
Given what this hag's deal is, it is not able to be frightened. However, Cassie does mimic Violet's stats to a degree. So, what is Violet's wisdom save modifier, if you would please?
12.
Okay.
That's the base stat.
Yeah.
The plus 12.
Okay, so that makes for a 23, which just succeeds. Notably, you see the sort of ruby dragon visage of Cassie's face twist momentarily in a look of horror before once again sharpening in rage as she seems to almost bite down a little bit harder on the bit of flesh that she currently has between her teeth. Very much kind of literally trying to kill the trauma, it seems like. It is now officially the time hags go, so... Let's see here.
Welcome to the internet. Have a let's go round.
Been playing a lot of Death Stranding, so I'm just like crossing my hands that there's no time fall.
Yeah, I kind of want to tell. I want you to tell me what you guys think. This is a bunch of flowers. I know it doesn't look like much, but I'm making a bunch of florals. And I know it will look way cooler when it's fired. It's going to be like a purple and then a red at the top. I'm kind of excited. It's going to
It
look
looks
very
cool right now. Can't wait to see what it looks like when it's out.
Immediately on Venestra and Amira, and Cassie here. Actually, given that you guys are not from her little time plane, she's going to try and cast Banishment on the three of you. So, I need you guys to go ahead and give me, I believe it is Charisma saving throws.
For who?
For
I'm guessing.
Cassie, Venestra, and Amira. If I'm getting Banishment rules correct, let me double check it.
Okay, so watch out for that.
While that is not a kill you move, that is a trying to make you a non-factor in the fight. So
Where is she banishing to? That's what I want to know.
Welcome to the internet. Take a
Venestra said back to our world's timeline.
Oh.
that is if she manages to make it permanent. But let's see, just double checking. Is that a charisma save? Or am I fucking stupid? It is a charisma save. Okay. Megan, what is Violet's charisma save modifier for Cassie's sake?
a plus 12.
Okay.
By the way, where did the clockwork dragon go? Did I miss something?
He disappeared and the
yeah.
Pokeball came and took it away.
So
she did capture it in the Pokeball.
Amira did a rune of entrapment. It does not get a saving throw off the bat. It gets a saving throw if a target chooses to disrupt it. At the moment, Faye is at least strictly speaking less concerned with, oh, where the fuck is my mountain? Oh, there's a bunch of people who want to cause some shit right in front of me. And at any rate, the dragon is honestly a golem cobbled together from different disparate pieces across the time stream. So.
Venestra said 35 charisma.
35, you are just fine. You suddenly feel an almost intoxicating tug toward familiarity pushed at you through an almost arcane desperation as you manage to kind of firmly stand your ground and stay exactly where you are. All right, in which case then, belying that, she's going to lean in for what looks like almost a tender hug toward Cassie. She's going to use Crushing Hug.
A tender hug from that thing?
Go away.
And
Go
she's-
away.
And she's going to use Crushing Hug, which is a type of melee attack that she has. That is a natural 20. All right.
Vinestra said Vi is going to intercept the hug.
Thank you.
All right. So that is a natural 20 on you then. That is
Too close.
18d6 plus 4 bludgeoning damage, and it will induce a grappled condition. So. Nine, 15, 16. 19, 25, 20, 31, 34, 37, 42, 44. 51. 62 plus 4, 66. Okay. That is 66 bludgeoning damage, Vinestra, and you are grappled instead of Cassie.
Vinestra said aye.
Alright, that will, for the moment, end the Time Hag's turn. Which means we now have Halcyon up and Avery on deck.
I have a question about my stats.
Yes.
Are Aegis's mental stats supposed to reflect my own? Because right now they don't.
I believe technically yes.
Okay.
Yes, but
I
you
will
said
change.
that they were supposed to take time to do that. There was an overtime thing. That's why I keep wondering.
Oh,
why
is that what it was?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was what it was. It was an overtime thing. That's why I was really frustrated because I'm like, I don't understand why it shouldn't reflect it immediately.
I mean, I wouldn't complain if we go ahead and boost it up to Avery's stats.
Yeah, but because it doesn't have the it's supposed to be about Joe said it was supposed to be, what was it about? Intuition for the creature, for the ability for you to be able to use it, like the intuition, the mental intuition thing. That's what, the closer you're.
Right, I'll just go. I'll
Right
just
now
go
with the
for
headache
now
and
with
everything, I
what's
can
written
barely
on his
remember.
block.
So let's stick with what's on the sheet. And then
Okay.
I'll backtrack through some of my notes, see what the fuck I find.
Okay, because that was my
Good
big question. Because that was what I remember. It was something about intuition.
Yeah.
I'm so excited about this color coming through.
Vinestra said, I assume it was meant to be Avery and Aegis becoming closer.
Yeah.
Yeah, given that Aegis isn't necessarily just an automated companion, but he is a splinter of your soul.
Yeah, he
effectively.
came to me in a dream, and then I woke up to find him in the wall.
Hello, homie. What's up?
It was
dude?
so
Are you
weird.
okay?
To be fair, Adam does that too.
I keep thinking, hey bro, you okay?
Looks through the thing. Are you okay?
Annie, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Annie?
I'm not.
The solution to your brooding is nutritional.
Where the fuck is the Hellseed scout block? I had it on a fucking red page, and I'm fucking losing track of shit.
It
There it
sounds
is.
like ADD in here.
It is ADD. Oh, much ADD.
Paladin fucking stat sheet. Alright.
Hey Joe, did you see the chat? Or I'm not looking at it.
I have been glancing
Vinestra
at it.
said we really need a key jangle sound effect.
Jingle, jangle, jingle, jangle. Just that
So,
part.
back
Just him
in the
going
day,
jingle, 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 jingle.
jingle.
Back
In the day, before the back rooms were a thing, okay? Jingle, jingle, pay attention. Pay attention. I said your favorite word. The back rooms, okay? The back rooms. Dingle, dangle, dingle.
Okay. Halcyon is going to huck a javelin at this bitch. I was about to say javelin, and that's not a thing. Actually,
I need like a named javelin called Jagalin.
you know what?
Jagged.
Instead, he's going to go ahead and do here. He's got a spell called Destructive Waves. Yeah, Halcyon's going to... Yeah, he's absolutely going to do that. So... he's going to immediately just kind of jam his javelin into the ground as divine energy ripples out from him, and he's immediately going to blast this bitch with, looks like 5d6 thunder damage and 5d6 radiant damage in an attempt to knock her prone, which will make any melee fighters dealing with her in a lot better position, because that'll be advantage on attacks against her. So, let's see. Where's the other d6? I need another d6. Where's my other d6? It's on this thing under which is my other stuff. Hold on. I need a square die. Go in the square hole. Okay.
Right, it goes in the square. Oh.
It's going.
Oh, where does it go? In the circle. It goes in the circle. No, it goes in the square. What? Hillman's face.
He's losing
17
it.
thunder damage, and ooh, okay, boy. 30 radiant damage. And then she gets a what kind of saving throw, bitch? She gets a con save. Let's see how she does with a con save. Against getting knocked prone. She fails a con save and gets knocked prone. As he casts this out, she gets knocked on her ass. She had an advantage on those saves, by the way. But... yeah, okay.
Vinestra said, does Vi's grapple get broken?
I believe since that was not strictly used itself to break the grapple, you are now just kind of on top of her, while she is still kind of holding on to you. Which is to say, grapple, all that really does, since she's not got you pinned, is just 0 movement speed, but hey. Alright, Avery and Aegis are up with Violet once again on deck.
Okay. So, I'm going to move up here. Oh wait, that was 5, 10, 15, 25, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. I couldn't quite make it, but I should be able to still hit them with a swing from an extended sword, because I think that has 10 meter or a 10 foot reach. I'm coming from this. Okay, he goes there, and so coming from like over here, right?
Looks like she's about 15
maybe not.
feet away from you in any case.
Okay, yeah, no. Okay, never mind then. Wait, no, I don't want to try that. Can I grab this tree? Can I rip this tree up, DM?
Nothing is stopping you from using your environment as a weapon. By all means, you can definitely rip up a
Hell
tree.
yeah. Rip up
Yep.
that tree.
So I rip this tree out of the ground, or do I need to make some kind of strength save or strength check with
Yeah,
with
give
Aegis?
give me an athletics here, if you would.
Athletics from
That
Aegis.
might be a thing. That might be a thing. You might need that.
Yeah, an athletics from Aegis.
Which again, at his current
Right.
size category, that is an additional +4 onto that.
His strength is a +3. Does he use my proficiencies? Well, it wouldn't matter because I'm not proficient either, so.
He's
think that he would be
mostly, I
proficient
believe,
in
trained and
strength.
designed as an extension on your skill set and to kind of fill in for where you lack. So, given that you haven't strictly trained him as a battering ram, and again, he's mostly designed to be an extension on your magic, I'd say,
Okay.
at least for the moment, he doesn't have proficiency. That said, designing it into him wouldn't be too difficult. That said, again, that is whatever his strength bonus is, plus the additional 4 from just what his size category is right now. So, what'll that make his total?
The strength is. Well, this says +2, but the updated one says +3. 3 plus the 4 from his size would be +7 to my roll is. Okay, not bad. That's 16 plus 7, so 23.
23. Yeah, 23 ain't bad. Immediately ripping this tree up out of the ground, it immediately gains that sort of same kind of fizzling, ethereal quality that the soldiers had. As you rip it up from the earth, though it still carries and holds with it that same sort of heft and level of weight. Are you intending to use this as a bludgeon, or are you going to just throw a tree at the bitch?
It's gonna be a bludgeon. I would pick up like one of those gravestones next to me if I wanted to throw something at her.
Fair enough. All right. And I will say that this tree is large enough to go ahead and be used as something that has a 15-foot reach. It is not it will count as an improvised weapon, which I don't believe you have proficiency with. So, for all intents and purposes, go ahead and roll to hit for me with Aegis' strength.
Just the
And we will
strength.
call this a what is the typical improvised weapon stuff?
I'm gonna use an inspiration. I don't want a 7. Okay, better. 14 plus a regular strength would be +0, so 14.
14 total.
Oh. I just realized, so that means my 23 goes, since I used the saving throw instead of a regular modifier. So that would have been 29. No, 19.
19 to hit.
No, 19 to rip the tree out of the ground. I'm backtracking because I
19.
used the wrong number.
19 to rip the tree out of the ground. It comes up with not as much effort as you expected. As notably, I mean, again, already kind of dead wood here. It is not living root bound to the earth.
Okay. Alright, so that's good. And then yeah, it's just a flat 14 to hit.
Okay, flat 14 unfortunately does miss as she sees a big-ass robot swinging a big-ass fuck-off tree and, well, is already kind of prone on the ground. As you swing, she just kind of rolls, trying to leverage Venestra's overall size, basically turning themselves a little bit into kind of an overturned barrel as you slam that tree into the ground, seeing bits of it immediately fracture and splinter off into dozens of pieces, missing her unfortunately, but leaving effectively a long dead mulch right next to where she just was, even though she technically is in hyperspace.
Cool. So, with rolling a natural 14, I can't hit her with that.
Was that, just a flat 14 to hit?
Yep.
You used your strength
But
modifier
I have
with
a plus 0 to strength.
as Aegis? I'm assuming Aegis is the one swinging the goddamn
Nope.
tree.
Yep. Okay, hold up.
Vinestra said in
Hold the phone. I
proficiency.
No, I don't have proficiency with
In
strength.
improvised weapons in this case, but
Oh, yeah, or improvised weapons. So it would be a plus 3 to strength instead of plus 0. Making that, yes, and that would have been a 22. No.
14
Yes.
plus 3 is a
22 to pull it out, and then 14 plus 3, 17 to hit.
17 just hits. She had a bunch of armor class bonus with the Clockwork Dragon, which is absent at the moment. So,
Thank you,
tree
Vanessa.
comes slamming down. Now, normally improvised weapons have only a damage benefit of about 1d4. This is a goddamn tree falling on her.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to go ahead and let's just say...
Not just falling on her, being forcefully flung onto her.
Yeah. Because this is a, we'll say, somewhat clumsily wielded improvised weapon, but still a goddamn tree, I'm going to go ahead and give you a d12 here.
Ooh.
Not incredible. A barbarian could feasibly do more damage.
Obviously. I'm not a barbarian, I'm just a big robot and a nerd piloting it.
Yeah, this is also, strictly speaking, a non-magical bungle of long dead wood. And she is resistant to non-magical impacts.
Well, that's a natural 12.
Okay, 12 out of 12 damage. Immediately crushing onto her body. And immediately just a cough up of blood kind of spews out from her ugly mouth as now both she and Venestra, you guys are surrounded by some honestly fairly foul smelling and misting off into some other point in time in existence. Long dead wood. You could swear it almost smells like the desiccated rot of like a sun-dried corpse, the tree itself. There's an almost citrusy aroma to it. But well done. Let's go ahead and move that on. Violet and Angel.
Wait, I want to
yes.
cast a spell with Avery because they still have separate action sets, right?
Yes, indeed. Not bad.
Okay. I think I'm gonna try. What's this one? Where's, I know I have enough. Where's 𝕱𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖘𝖎𝑘? Here it is, at level 3.
Tentacle spell.
Yes. That is a 20-foot radius sphere of blackness and bitter cold centered on a point with range and lasting for the duration. 20-foot sphere. I measure a... How do I plop down a sphere?
Hold on, there's tools for it. This fucking thing. I don't remember. Hold on. Oh, yeah. So in the ruler tool, there's going to be, if you click it twice, there are some subset measurements that you can do for like beams, squares, circles, cones.
The ruler. Oh, here it is. Circle. 20 foot. Oh, how do I make it stay?
It is going to be just spontaneous, but let me see here what I can do to see if... Oh, fade delay, you can go ahead and we can click on linger. That'll at least last for a while.
Does that hit Venestra?
It just catches Venestra like at the edge, but I'd say in terms of square capture, it's fine.
Venestra said Vi is grappled to her.
Yeah.
That's why I'm trying to kind of thread this. Maybe if I went like the starting from...
Because of the grapple, it's going to be kind of a technically yes in any case. That'll still do it.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, is just kind of barely... Not from here. No, from here. There, yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. Like that. And so she needs to make a... The light, magical, or otherwise can illuminate the area. Creatures fully within the area are blinded. The void creates a warp. Yeah. Any creature that starts its turn in the area takes 2d6 cold damage. Any creature that ends its turn must succeed a dexterity save throw or take 2d6 acid as milky, otherworldly tentacles run against it.
Here, let me also just make this easy because I have the AoE tool somewhere here that I made a long-ass fucking time ago in a town called Kickapoo. At least that way that'll also contain itself.
And I'm gonna go ahead and tell this to take a long rest because for some reason I had a spell slot missing. And use Hunger of Water. The area is also difficult terrain. She'll have a hard time moving.
Okay, so actually that 20-foot circle is a little bit wider than what that shape is showcasing. Let's see here. But that, at least, will retain itself and stick around. I'm going to go ahead and give control of that AoE tool to just everybody, in case anybody else has any other AoEs they need to put down. You guys can also Control-C and Control-V to copy and paste those in case anybody else needs to make more. You know what, since it's Hunger of Hadar, we're going to go ahead and change that tint color to something a little less fun. There we go. It's black now.
And that concludes my turn.
All right. Fantastic. And so any creature that starts its turn in there, I believe it also does set it off when it gets summoned, but we'll get to that. So Violet and Angel are up with their unified turn with the lair action on deck.
Violet is going to take another deep breath of that fire and blow it straight in that woman's face.
Alright, state that one more time. His brain just did not process any of those syllables as they had spiked up for a second.
Fire! Fire right to the face! Fire!
Fire! Great, okay.
Fire! Fire!
Couple of deck saves as both of them are doubling down. With more Shigaraki hand fire breath. Okay. It's one success and one critical failure. Advantage against magical effects, by the way. The second roll was Snake Eyes.
Angel's going to look at Cassie as she does hers and shows her how to breathe it in again.
So roll for the first one. The first success will be half damage. The second one will be full damage. And I gotta pull up the lingering injuries table.
13 points of the first damage for Angels.
I need to stop using the normal fucking Windows search for that, and I need to use the program that I got for like the quick search, because the moment I type in linger, it keeps trying to autofill with an IE at the end. It's like, no.
One.
Okay. If I type in linger in here, then suddenly, what's the first thing that comes up? Fucking lingering in. Thank you. Jesus.
34 plus 13. As a total, she takes a total of 44 points of damage.
Okay, and that's with the first round of it being halved?
Yeah.
Okay, 44 points of fire damage, getting crispy as the second instance of Hag's fire barreling into her does induce a lingering injury. That's boring. How about you roll me that percentile?
You mean roll the percentile? Okay.
By the way, really high and really low, both are kind of eh. You're looking for something in the middle.
It's a 69. Thank
Nice.
you, Joe.
Actually, really low is actually kind of useful. Really high is kind of but...
It's 69, Joe. The 69. Let's go with that
Oh,
69.
this fucking injury. Great.
I love these injuries.
I know this is gonna be good.
Is it big?
All right. So how do I want to go
Yes, we
ahead
are going.
and justify this one working? Oh, actually, sorry. She auto fails fucking dex saves because she's prone. So what was that first instance? And if you would please double it.
Oh, the first one, the first round,
Yeah.
it would have been 26. So it would have been a
So 52. Okay, good.
52 plus the other half of that, which is 34.
Yeah. So, I'll be blunt. As Venestra, I will say at this point, even though you're grappled by her, you've kind of rotated around and I would say kind of tried to pull her into almost like a Nelson hold. As she just takes face first both of these gouts of hagfire as they rake across her body and the literal fingers of flame kind of pull across her, one of which digs into her eye and pulls up as you watch the fire sear across and start to burn through the bone in her face, as that's how we're justifying a skull fracture with fire damage.
That's how Angel does her first one, and that's then Violet's gonna go for round 2.
Okay.
Fire's so hot that it incinerates the bone.
Ready for Violet?
You just cremated this bitch.
You ready for Violet?
Yeah. Now, notably, to repeat, for the amount of times this fucking injury has crippled my combats from you guys, I'm going to repeat the description anyway, because it's fun for you guys when you get this kind of win. Whenever you attempt an action in combat. Yes.
Joe, are you okay, Joe? Didn't break Joe. Did Joe break? No, he didn't. No. Or Joe.
He's gone.
Vinestra said, I
Where'd he
assume
go?
Joe heard his dad.
No?
Probably. He's not there anymore, Megan. He can't hear you. He got up suddenly, so we assume he heard his dad.
Okay, let me put it this way. I've been reteaching myself emotional regulation because, like, they're big. I have big feelings.
So I was like, I look for a big feeling sign. And
Everything
really
good, Joe?
Apparently I was being too loud.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
So I'll try and quiet down my amp-upness.
Yeah, so go ahead
Whatever.
and repeat what you were repeating.
Whenever you attempt an action in combat, you must succeed a DC 20 Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, you lose your action and cannot use reactions until the start of your next turn.
Oh no, what happened? What happened?
In other
I'm doing
words,
the bird.
Burn
What
through
happened?
you have rocked your shit.
Okay, ready for Violet's?
The injury heals if you receive magical healing or if you spend 30 days doing nothing but resting.
You ready for Violet's?
Yeah.
Okay. I have to roll my second, or you this damage is choice for Violet.
I just gotta say, I think I'm rocking this robot.
Violet.
Last fight, I lopped someone's foot off. This
So did I
fight,
hit the
I am.
You
Violet's,
dropped a
big
fucking tree
trees.
on a bitch.
Yeah.
Violet's going to hit for 2 fire rounds, considering she figured it out. Violet's damage is bigger. So I need to know what I'm getting when I hit her. So I need you to roll her dex save if she can do a dex save. If she can't.
She auto fails it. I'm gonna roll it to failure check, basically, to see if she gets another nat 1. Now that said, she still rolls with advantage because advantage on against magical effects. Okay. No snake eyes rolls in that round.
Good.
Still a possibility.
Is she still prone?
Yeah.
So if you're prone, you take double the damage?
No, prone just
I'd
means
be more
advantage
forbidden.
against actual attacks against the target. It also means it's auto-fails on dex saves, which breath weapons invoke dex saves.
So
Not
that's
all
40
suits.
points of damage.
How much damage?
40 points.
You are doing an
of
image scroll.
Oh, I forgot.
18 plus 2,
Wrong
18.
window.
all
That's
good.
40 points of fire damage for the first part.
Another 40 points of fire damage. Fantastic.
For a second round, it's 17 plus 30 points of fire damage for the second round.
Another 30 points. God damn. Okay. Now, let me go ahead and see here.
And Violet is going to finally use something. She's gonna one charge of vicious mockery. And I'm gonna let her use it next round.
Okay.
She has one item that breaks if she uses vicious mockery, so I need to use it so it goes away because it's been sitting in my inventory for 7 months.
I'm gonna say this. You guys have done a lot of preparation and a lot of work to cripple this bitch ahead of time. A lot of work to cripple this bitch ahead of time. You may end up holding on to that ability for a few more months, because I'm going to have to ask, with that amount of fire damage output, she was not horribly durable. Time hags are nasty for parties lower than your level. And the encounter with her and figuring out that she existed was designed for before you guys hit epic levels.
Oh no. Okay.
So, I'll be blunt. How do you want to do this?
How does Violet want to do
I
this?
wasn't gonna video game this and be like, okay, this scales up to the character level because the characters are a higher level. It's like, no, it's a living, breathing. She wasn't prepared for characters that were cresting into godhood. She wasn't prepared for the Dragonborn walking up at level 81, having finished all of his fucking side quests, wearing the bones of dead dragons, being like, "Hey, bitch, heard you were causing a problem for this village." Yeah.
I'm going to do the scary big dragon moments for Smaug because I really want Violet to be more of a dragon because that's just who she is. She's just getting there. She's at that point. She's like, she knows what she is. She's like, I'm just what I am. This is what I am. So she's gonna walk up and she's going to do that. She's like, I think you picked the wrong creature. And she takes a big deep breath and then blows it right into her face. As it cascades along her body with all of that violet fire, basically burning to cinders, those hands tearing her apart in her flesh. I just want her to just start pulling and burning apart. I don't want her to melt. I do want her to be torn apart.
Yeah, she's
that way Vanessa can keep her soul and her heart and her shit.
Yeah, you are watching kind of aspects of her flesh kind of rip away. Now that said, it is basically a charred pile of flesh that is, because of the force of the sheer level of heat, almost just by the sheer scale of that heat, almost popped and shredded away from her skeleton. So you are left with a separated, burned husk of flesh that has been almost thrust away from the heap of bones that is sitting now before you.
Please tell me that her heart is still intact. Like, I want that to be the thing that's like cooked but still intact. I want it to be like, you know, like a steak. Like the inside of a steak.
Disconcertingly, as you are hearing it sear like meat on a cast iron, even as there are other organs that are kind of spilling out and themselves kind of boiling over and popping from immense heat, the heartbeat sounds like it's going in reverse. It's
Is it
just
or is it not?
completely disoriented in its note in time
Oh, hell yeah.
as the body just crumples into a heap. The organs are there to do what you will with.
I'm letting you know this is the first time Violet as a big dragon starts playing with her food. It's the first time you ever see her like play. Like she's got like one little claw like poking the boss.
Violet's awfully far away from the boss.
I mean, at this
She doesn't
point,
have to be
combat
close.
is over, so where you guys are positioned is wherever you guys choose.
Okay.
Vinestra said that poor hag got the knock-knock, who is it, Doomslayer treatment.
A little
V
bit,
is
yeah.
also going to cage the
Okay.
hag's essence and soul and collect the heart.
I'm letting you know as you collect the carcass, you see Violet just kind of playing with her food. It's one of those moments where you poke.
Ooh, I didn't realize you
It's gonna
disconnected for a
plate.
bit. There's your camera back. Okay.
I'm letting you know she pokes the meat of the carcass. She's like having a Dobby moment. Look, it's dead. I'm letting you know this is probably the most disturbing moment Halcyon ever seen. She's never played with a dead body before. She's like, what is it? Why won't you move? Those moments.
You've seen corpses
Avery's
before.
gonna kind of. Can Avery try something?
Yes.
Avery's
please.
gonna kind of
Like,
walk up, and he's just gonna say, now, I'm pretty sure this thing is dead, but just in case, let's take a pulse. And he whips out his chain blade and just starts like slashing at it.
Notably,
Vinestra
the
said
chains
the
almost
proper
kind of get caught
technique
in
is
the
a
spine.
squirt of lemon in the eye.
Word of lemon.
She's just like she's the first time Halcyon's ever seen Violet play with anything that's dead before. This is one of those moments of I'm the bigger dragon moment. Like, oh look, I accidentally killed it. Oops. It's one of those moments. Whoops.
Yep.
Now, I'm going to roll real quick for how long you guys have to try and peruse this place before the domain just collapses. You don't want to be inside of it when it does that. Let's see here. Okay. You guys have 2 minutes.
Can I extend that with a time mushroom?
You can try.
I'm gonna try. Can I
This
roll?
Those time mushrooms are built around mortal life, and the hag is not that. So,
Wanna bet? I just want to give myself like 2 extra minutes. 2 to 3 extra minutes.
vibe check for me if you would.
With a natural 20 for the vibe check.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna roll an extra d10. It's not gonna change the scale of time you have access to. It will just give you some extra minutes. And I'm gonna say this is you giving mushrooms also to everybody else to allow everybody just kind of that slowed motion through time to allow the perusal here if you choose to do that.
Yeah, it just
You
means
get
we
an
move faster.
additional-
Vinestra said Vi's going to get to exploring the domain for any keepsakes and interrogating the hag soul for where she keeps her stuff.
Yeah.
Where you
Out of
keep
that-
your shit, bitch.
Out of that, through just raw time distortion, you get another 6 minutes out of this,
Hell yeah.
making for a total of 8.
Can I roll for investigation?
Anybody who would like to may do so.
They
And as
natural
far
20 for investigation. I know that we're gonna get a 1 point.
natural
Oh my
20,
God.
and as far as interrogating the hag soul for where she keeps her shit, she's got a bit of her shit pretty much everywhere here. You will get advantage on your investigation checks, Vinestra, since you are plumbing her soul directly for this information. So that's a natural 20 on that end for what you are perusing. Now I will ask, what are you perusing specifically? Are you going for the courtyard? Are you going for the cliffside house? Are you going for the game store? Like, what are you going at? The only thing that has anything of physical substance that you may be able to loot will most likely be the cliffside housing at this point, as the courtyard and the game store seems to be temporarily a little too far disconnected, but you might be able to find something of use even in those kinds of environments.
I'm gonna have Archimedes do a run through the courtyard and do the courtyard because he's a smart dog.
Okay.
And grab whatever he finds that smells different in the courtyard. And Violet's going to kind of give him the mental smell of what you're supposed to smell.
Yeah, this will be kind of a matter of seeing if Archimedes can find something of relative permanence that still exists within that environment.
Yeah, but he's a fast boy. He's
yeah.
faster than Angel, that is.
All right, so we'll say the courtyard is what you're searching.
He's doing that. Angel's going to go straight towards the game store because it's the closest thing to us.
Okay. Well, you said
Vinestra
Archimedes.
said, question.
Yeah.
Joe.
Yeah.
Was the dragon powered only by the hag?
Yes. As you disseminate the rune, you find what was once a dragon is now just random scraps of material that are just kind of broken, disjointed bits that even, like, logically as a tinkerer, none of this shit looks like it would even logically come together to form a construct dragon.
Violet's going to teleport to the house.
There are bits of it that look like there are car pieces, and bits of it that look like there are like old Egyptian wagon pieces, and it's like scattered bits of mechanisms from everywhere and every when that kind of came together to form that beast.
Okay, so... But Angel's going to try to... Violet's going to go to the house. And she's going to search the house. She's got the better nose for that kind of thing. But Angel knows old tech.
Yeah.
From reading so many books of griffins. So she's going to go into the game store.
Okay. So we got Archimedes doing the game store, we got Angel doing... Sorry, we got Archimedes doing courtyard, Angel doing the game store, and Violet doing the house.
And she's going to take Avery with her into the game store because she needs help carrying anything that's got, like, techie tech in it.
Yeah.
Come on, Avery. She grabs Avery's hand.
Are you like tapping on Aegis's fin or something?
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
All right. I hop onto Aegis's hand and he shrinks down and we can go.
Yeah, trying to recover anything from the hut, the tower, the household, that area, the cliffside house, will not have consequences for kind of deconstructing itself in the time stream and falling away. The other things might, unless you roll exceptionally well. Now, that said, Archimedes rolled a natural 20 for a search through the courtyard. What specifically are you going to be hunting for Vinestra, as you are kind of asking plumbing the hag soul specifically for things to find? And then I'll just kind of go by order of cameras, essentially, to get through what everybody finds here if you find stuff.
No, she just wants to take Avery because Avery might be able to lift everything she can't lift.
Or I should say, what kind of thing. Or actually, generally of anything.
Vinestra said Nat 20 for V41 for Amira, and Vey is going to use Dance Macabre to aid in looting any magic items, artifacts, tomes, and forbidden materials. Basically anything the hag had.
Okay, great. Yeah. So, in terms of like temporal disconnection, we'll go basically by order of camera here. So, Archimedes rolled a natural 20 trying to find something of interest, of intrigue. The courtyard here seems to be a mostly forgotten part of some medieval era. Now, that could be something post-shattering, of course. That could also be something far, far before the shattering back on Terra, back on Earth. And you're not really sure what, until Archimedes kind of trying to dig through the soil, trying to find something of worth, of value. He digs through and he finds a kind of a short sword. It's got this sort of very short guard. It's got a single-handed pommel. The blade kind of goes out to a point of about 3 feet, to a point of brass, notably to Angel, to Violet, to Venestra even. There is an aroma on the blade of dragon's blood, and not of the type that you would all consider kin, but something notably older, and something of the time of Terra, from far back in that era.
And what do you know, Violet? Angel's like, and this is mine until we figure out what it is.
And it not only seems like it isn't really fully falling away through time, but it seems like it has not degraded from it at all, as if it seems to be almost resistant to that degradation. Now, moving on to Angel, looking through the game store, trying to find something of use or worth or interest. You rolled an investigation check for Angel yet, or?
Yeah, she rolled a natural 20. All three of them rolled a natural 20. That's why I know we're in for a 1 eventually. It's probably going to be when I'm talking to my son's girlfriend.
Gotcha. You digging through this, I mean, it's got materials for... It's got some dice of more than just 6 sides, which is wild. Some of them are made very clearly of plastic. Some of them are made of gemstone-like materials that have been very directly carved. You have a couple of bags of tabletop gaming set dice. And notably of anything of weird or kind of semi magical make, you find weirdly enough, a board game that does not seem to have a label, does not seem to have, and you can tell it's a board game based on how light it is, how it sounds like there are pieces jangling around in there. It is locked in a wooden box. It has no label of any kind.
I was thinking that.
Jumanji has its label plainly emblazoned on the box.
It didn't. The original did not have it. The original didn't have a label. It appeared.
Right. Well, whatever this is, does not have a label plainly emblazoned. It does appear to be sort of African purple wood in its sort of construction. It does not seem to be degraded with time, and it seems to be trimmed with almost this very, very well stained acacia, and it has this immediate sort of radiative effect of magic off of it. And it does have that sort of sylvan edge to it, of like that sort of a trickery, something a hag would absolutely probably use to take advantage of somebody. But you happily take
Angel's gonna put it in a copper box because she has a copper box. She's gonna put her copper gloves on like a smart bean.
Yeah.
Put it in the copper box. Close the copper box. It's just like, please don't kill me. Is there any video game system? This is a game store. I'm looking for a video game. We are old core tech people. This family?
Specifically, the type of store and even what's shown on the map is not a video game store. I misspoke.
It's a tabletop game store.
Yeah, it's a gaming hobby store. There's tabletop materials and that kind of stuff here.
Okay, weird question. Is there a set of opal dice?
We'll say of the carved gemstone dice that you managed to recover that were not fully through temporal degradation, you managed to get a set of blue opal dice. Which notably, real expensive, real rare, real hard to find.
I also want to see if I can find, like, you said there were a couple of gemstone sets, so I'm hoping there's a garnet and an opal set.
Yeah, we'll say that you got garnet and opal, as I generically said. Gemstone, they are what kind you deem necessary.
I'm gonna let you know they're tiny baby garnet dice. They're little tiny D10s, and she's like, these fit my fingers!
Yeah, they are not explicitly magical, however, they were notably not separated enough from the time stream that they were unable to be collected. Which means whenever this game store finally goes back to wherever it was said to be in time, there's going to be a couple of dice sets missing from their stock.
And that she's gonna take the porcelain set of dice because you don't play with dice.
And
with
an
fate.
auspiciously unlabeled game set that may or may not have even been in their stock list in the first place. But
she looks over at Avery. This is gnarly. You want one? You get one. Pick one. She's like, what color do you want? There's a million here. We can pick through time.
I'm good. I don't need it.
She picks out a set of gear dice. These are for you.
they have that same sort of
Way
kind
to
of
be
off
meta.
blue.
Yeah.
They have that kind of off blue misty quality that says these aren't going to last when you try to leave. They may stay physical for a moment.
No, please. I want them to stay
I don't need them, Megan. My character doesn't need dice.
He could feasibly make them if he wanted to. It's the benefit
Exactly.
of being a tinkerer.
I will make them. She's like,
I don't
mental
need
note.
them.
She starts to sketch as fast
They're
as
gonna
she
get
can.
tossed in a corner and collect dust.
You don't know that.
I do though.
She's such a weirdo. Angel's just like so excited. I've
So-
never been in a game store before.
Off in another corner, while Angel is busy geeking out, we get into what Violet is trying to find. Now, Violet was looking over the cliffside housing, which this area does not have the issue with temporal instability. There's kind of a slow blue shift where things are starting to degrade a little bit, especially as the place is starting to collapse. You guys are all doing this very quickly within the 8 minutes you've been allowed to do this. And Violet is looking for anything magical, anything foreign. Am I correct? Or is she looking for something
as well
specific?
as anything that belongs to
given?
her sister. Anything important that would have belonged to her sister.
Yeah. I'd say the things of import that belong to your sister are the first things that you encounter, which notably, there's a little bit of a sickening feeling. Because first of all, your sister was a magical duplicate of you, right? To an extent, before she kind of gained her own soul. With that, it seems like strategically, this hag also chose to mimic some things that you had as a child, as you find stuffed animals and shit that you directly remember playing with as a child. You still have these, by the way, at the Evergreen Estate. And you feel the cloth isn't exactly accurate. These are just incredibly close mimicries of some of these childhood objects of yours that your sister has had.
Halcyon is with me. My mother made a couple of stuffed animals that went missing. Because when I left, that house was burned. And was burned itself.
Yeah, there are a couple of them that you do not remember having yourself, but you remember your mother creating. They do have a faint smell of soot on them.
Are there any that I remember distinctly that I left behind?
Yeah.
That night.
Because
there were a couple I told you he left behind.
Yeah, notably, you find them among pairs of two. There's a rabbit, and then there's a second one, you didn't have, that looks almost identical, except this one has, like, black fabric, where that one was tan. It's like, these are the off duplicates, which means this was likely created while it was still in your possession. It's very much kind of almost like that. It gives off that slightly uncomfortable other mother a la Coraline kind of vibe.
I have a question. How does Halcyon react seeing me pick them up with the most tender care he's ever seen me pick anything up with?
He's observing it carefully and keenly. You can, I think, even read into him almost mentally filing this away. He is sticking close enough for you to be comfortable and reach out if you want. But he is not interrupting this process, as he knows this is a childhood re-exploration, childhood mourning. It's a complicated set of emotions.
Is there anything she took of my mother?
Of your mother specifically, no. This is all...
No, because she would have, in order to imitate the raising and the upbringing. That's what I'm asking. Is there anything she would have taken of my mother's? My mother died.
The only thing that you find...
The wedding ring, anything that would have been, because I know that the branch that he gave my mother was really important to me.
The only thing that you find that kind of really puts you off, but kind of puts you toward that angle, especially in going toward the Time Hag's, quarters where she kind of kept to herself, where you find most of it is built of, again, sort of these dried husks, these things that were temporarily sensitive that she was absorbing. There are perfumes laid out, but you can tell that they are themselves almost distilled musk of people, right? And to an extent, as you open one, you are immediately flooded with dozens of nostalgic memories of your mother, as this smells exactly as she did in one moment in your childhood, in countless other moments of how she smelled while out in the rain, how she smelled while tending a garden, how she smelled while out in the snow. All these instances and moments of how she smelled, all distilled into a single bottle.
My father smelled very distinctive. It would only have been one smell.
This hag seems to have not made a point to mimic your father in any way, and you find no musks that mimic any masculine smells. You are catching aromas of other people, but notably these bottles have all of them feminine qualities, and every single one of these bottles also have layers of dust on them, compared to the ones that have aromas and olfactory memories of your mother.
Are there any other clones?
You are catching, in some cases, especially among the bits and husks that have been turned into furniture, bits of wall, some of them have repeated features, which would say multiple copies of single instances of people. None of them remind you of you, but others. People that you've encountered? No, these are all unfamiliar faces. Different people.
Is there anybody else left?
No.
She would have had more than just my sister to feed on.
That's the thing. Being a time hag, you can have flexibility. The flexibility to have one at a time and not be burdened with trying to have more than one, because time is your oyster.
Did she have this is the very hard, there's a songbook and a food book her mother wrote in, specifically with recipes and songs that she would sing. It was how her mother would teach
no
her
recipe
stories.
book. No recipe book of any kind. As Cassie even mentioned, she was on a staple diet, right? Of very kind of one-note food. Songs, though. You don't find any books of songs, but
I'm looking for something that my mother wrote in.
Nothing that
would have
has...
burned in the inn.
Yeah. Nothing like that. But you do find, especially kind of around, different scent bottles, you also find candles, kind of smelling in on the wax. You don't catch the person's aroma except for a little bit of an echo on the bottles. Though notably, most all of them, except for the one that's kind of by the aroma of your mom, have been burned down to almost just the bare wax. The only one that seems to have gone like 2/3 of the way down, but at the moment is not lit, is the one that is before that bottle. There are none ahead of it, though there are empty bottles with wicks, and empty bottles that have no perfumes or aroma that are set ahead of that for likely future planning.
Just going to light the candle.
As you light the candle, the flame does not light like a normal candle does, and it immediately kind of animates, lights up, and dances off of the candle, and it takes the visual form of your mother, though maybe 4 inches tall, and the flame sings. And immediately auditory memories of lullabies, of moments gone by, of comfort, and instances of held back panic attacks.
She hands out that candle and she takes it and she pulls it into her hand, and it's almost like the most precious thing she could have in her entire world.
The fucked part, as you snuff the flame, it has the exact tone of the fire as it burnt across many materials of the house as it burned. The same tones and flames that can only be accomplished when fire burns across wood and other materials in specific ways, specific patterns, specific time. The flame in that candle seems to mimic that motion, but slowed through its journey down the wax as you snuff it.
I use my own time mushroom. Violet takes it out, and she sprays it along the candle.
The wax gently refills as the wick almost rebuilds itself, and you can almost catch like wisps of white smoke kind of coalescing and conjoining before the candle slowly kind of regenerates itself.
She takes the bottle of her mother and she takes the candle and she holds them as close as she can to her soul. And this is the first time Halcyon's going to see this. She puts this in against her skin. She can't help herself.
Those are not those were tools used to deceive, used to manipulate, used to make your sister trust a monster.
She hands him the actual one that her mother stitched that has the smell of burnt wood on it. She made this.
It can take some time with these. I'm going to ask that you hand them to me until we leave, okay? Don't burden yourself just yet. I know. Burden yourself when we are free of this place, not here. She fed off of that burden in this place. Don't leave it any leftovers.
She makes clear that the candle goes all the way up to as tall as the other candles are in front of it.
The candle jars in front of it do not have any wax present, though they do have wicks ready and waiting for wax.
She goes as tall as it seems like it should be.
Yeah, which notably goes up to, if you've seen like prayer candles, upgrade that to the size of like a liter bottle.
Oh, so like the size of like the size of like a Catholic candle with those big ones.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
That would be reasonable.
It's kind of how big they are, Joe. They're huge.
I don't have a personal reference, so that's news to me. That's kind of neat.
So she looks over at Halcyon and she's looking, and she's going to take anything that would have had magic on it at this point.
There is latent leftovers of magic in the bottles prior to the one attached to your mother and in the candles, though those are lives and manipulations long gone. So,
is there anything? Do I know what her next target would have been?
No indication of that at the moment. As even with what Cassie kind of described of her, she was very poignant on kind of savoring her meal as it existed rather than looking ahead to the next one. Ironic for a time hag, I suppose, but to be
Not
so
really.
obsessed over a present moment.
Not really. There's a time hack.
Yeah.
Is there anything else I can find that she had that would have hurt Cassie or... Because I'm ready to burn this house, dude. But I'm ready to burn it.
I would say, in searching the house, while it's not magical in its nature, you do make your way into the kitchen. Where she does mention kind of like her sort of recycled diet of like turnip soup and that kind of thing. And you see it's kind of an internal garden in the kitchen, in the pantry, where it's kind of like this sort of shelved kind of almost mudslide of fertilizer.
We're done with the fight. Go to bed if you have to, bro.
Oh, sorry. I was dealing with some stuff. My mom and sister came into the room and were doing stuff.
Gotcha.
No, it's okay. If you need to go to bed, though, just like go to bed, okay? Don't stay up late if you need to go to bed. So,
Rest well, man.
So what do we find in the kitchen?
So, getting into that sort of internal garden for those turnips, it's this kind of sort of shelved mudslide of fertilizer that would constantly kind of keep it fed. And these turnips seem healthy, they seem grown, they seem almost overgrown. Although on closer inspection, you notice there's almost these facial distortions on some of the roots. Where, sometimes you pull up a tuber and it looks a little bit like another thing. That's present on every single one of these things.
She made her eat people?
Roll me a nature or an arcana.
Considering what Ursula was, that's also an option. Well, 18 plus 10?
These are mandrake. These are mandrake root.
Like the traditional version of mandrake? Because they're actually people.
Yep. Which to that end, there's also something, again, almost citrusy to the fertilizer that seems to be feeding the crop. And as you trace it back to the actual compost box, you find broken bits of cartilage and bone, and rotted refuse, long forgotten lives.
She's gonna take the mandrake root. That's actual potion stuff.
Do you take the garden box, or do you harvest?
She's taking the whole garden box.
Okay. Because harvesting means these bitches are going to come up screaming. And
they go scream. Yeah, no. Not a concussion moment.
Yeah. All right.
She's also going to try to... What she's going to look for as far as that's concerned, she's also going to try to find something that's connected to those evil people. Because they went under the nose of everybody.
She doesn't seem directly tied to any of that. Inspecting the kitchen, looking over any bookkeeping, she seems to have been a monster all her own, and not really bound to that event. As unfortunately some evils do operate in isolation.
What did the fire hag ask me for from our house?
Shit. Double check my book.
She asked me for something.
I believe fire hag asked you for, but let me double check here. Auntie Azalea.
What did she ask for from Violet?
Let me see here.
Is it big or is it small? Can it be fixed or not at all? Look at the news dice. They're like the little tiny meteors. Little meteor dice. Good numbers. These ones are wood ones for my new druid character. I'm showing Rick my dice and he's over there looking at other things. For the sake of brevity, Joe, can I just say I get whatever she was looking for?
Yeah. Easy enough. You guys don't have much time to search, but it's simple enough to collect.
Okay, awesome.
And at least from Violet's end of searching, you can already tell you're running a little thin on time at this point.
Is there anything else of her mother's that she had? A dress, an outfit, anything?
Nothing like that. With how early in your life that Cassie was created, which was to say infant childhood, at the moment of birth, there wasn't much needed to be copied to sell a deception, other than copying some choice elements of your life after the fact to kind of steer her life in a certain choice direction.
Okay. She's gonna come out of the house and look at Cassie, and Cassie's gonna see her holding things that she doesn't have an excuse for. That candle is extremely precious to her, even though it's terrifying to Cassie. It's all she has of her mom.
Cassie understands it, given that you've absorbed her memories, or that she's absorbed your memories to an extent. To the extent that you absorbed a bit of Cassie's memories, though, which was not as much of a complete process, you can also understand, at least especially now, the distrust of that object that Cassie has. The representation of falsehood, the justification, its use as a justification for abuse, among so many other dark things. It's vessel for horrible mistreatment. And so it's especially in terms of that sort of dissonant contrast in your mind, it's a really horrible contrast of it's something you were missing and long for, and something she's disgusted by from overexposure. And in the wrong way.
If Cassie shared her memories, she can remember how dark it was without it.
Yeah. And so
400 years of just
for as
death.
much as that dissonant realization kind of hits you a little bit like a truck, you can imagine it's likely hitting Cassie in a very similar way of like trying to reconcile the difference in emotional weight for what those objects represent and why for each of you.
Yeah, so can we get out of the space now? Can you tell Vanessa what she gets so we can get out of the space?
Yeah, so Venestra, looking for errant magical objects of sort of any kind for kind of what you can generally find. You find yourself perusing the courtyard a little more heavy, a little bit more deliberately, a little bit less based on instinct and a little bit more based on what was deliberately hidden here. And you find people were not the only thing. It seems that this hag was keen on killing and hoarding, as behind each broken bit of stone, you find the severed finger of another kind of hag. Swamp hag, night hag, blood hag, fire hag. Types and colors that you are uncertain of their nature.
One thing I want to ask from Archimedes. If these things came back before the splitting, is there a red dragon egg husk? Or a red dragon egg shell?
Nothing like that. At least not here. Rest well, Brick.
Vinestra said night brick.
I'm trying to talk about, you remember with the garden of red dragons? That would be a really cool point in time to get something from.
Nothing that she directly harvested, but let me see here, actually. I mean, just because you brought it up, let me go ahead and roll for shits and giggles. Because just for shits and giggles, I'm going to roll a percentile here. If I get within a certain range, there will be something that you decided to pick up here from the Age of Predation campaign that I ran and I had to prematurely end because I was having trouble trying to run that and trying to run this at the same time. Okay. So. As the environment collapses and as you are all kind of on your way out and the earth kind of is beginning to crack and just collapse and these pieces of earth trying to find their way back through the time stream and pieces and broken bits kind of falling away. The courtyard notably starts to begin to ice over as if it's not and never really was supposed to be grassland. It begins to turn from this sort of grave earth into permafrost, and as it does so, you are beginning to smell this sort of sulfurous mass as it's disappearing off into the time stream, and you can just kind of barely see as it separates from the latch of the sort of cliffside manor in that part of the map. A bit of, actually, yes, red dragon shell and scale kind of almost stuck to each other, jutting out from part of that earth. And I will say, I will give you the chance for a sleight of hand check to try and retrieve it before you have to get the fuck out of here, because staying here will not be good for your health.
19 plus 12? 19 plus 12?
31. You managed to wrench it free. As you then promptly get the fuck out of dodge before dodge is nothing at all.
Yay! Vanessa got all the fingies and all the hag bodies.
Vinestra said, was that 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖘 got?
That was the specific thing that in plumbing her soul she was not keen on sharing and you were able to get. Which is to say, notably, while these are severed fingers, some of them do not have bones protruding from the backs of the fingers as much as they do bits of metal in place of where that bone should be. What the hell that means? You're not sure, and that'll take some time to investigate the meaning of that. But I will say this purely for the sake of Easter egging it up a little bit. The last bit that you managed to retrieve, Megan, before that realm collapsed, as you guys find yourselves back in, I believe you left from Request.
Yeah.
A bit of 𝕱𝖔𝖗𝖙𝖙𝖊𝖓 eggshell from the shattering of Artakra in the reign of Reclam at the beginning of an era called the Age of Predation.
This is my prize.
You get a flash of, and I will say this, in retrieving that, because you were leaving a Time Hag's lair, you will get a flash of a moment tied to what it was to retrieve that eggshell. So you get a flash of suddenly you're on a frozen landscape on an island that, based on the movement of the winds, feels like it's to the southeast. You are not in Zaria. On the map, you would imagine that this is likely where 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓 would be.
I know, we've been there.
This is what 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓 may have been in another world long before it was an archipelago and instead was just a single mass of land. And you see, faceless, featureless, except for some symbols marking his face, and some deep reds that glow across his features, a leyborn, fighting shadows. His skill set, built for ranged fighting as at a distance as these wraiths and shadows rake across his body, pulling life essence away from him as he tries to fire firearms, guns into these beings, ripping some of them apart as he does so. But one figure, outmatched and foolishly on his own, foolishly surrounded. There's an energy of necrosis in this place beneath him. It is a mining excavation, and you're not entirely certain of what's beneath you, but then you look back at what's held in your hands and you can already feel it. You have that gut feeling, as then when that life is finally wrenched from this leyborn, and the well-built musculature is rendered to that of a raisin and a husk, that ley nexus forms and latches on to that necrotic energy, a necrotic nexus, and you suddenly feel life, unlife, false life ripple down through the earth. It shudders, cracks, and shakes. You would think green's a corruption of undeath, but it is red, it is hot, it is rageful. And it cracks and it breaks, and there's something yet more primal still that pushes and pushes and pushes and breaks up through it, as that surge of magic alone was enough to wake up the 𝕲𝖓𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓 buried at the center of a graveyard not of red dragons, but of red Draco liches that were keen on turning it to their own devices as the Age of Predation began. and the skies above a continent that then turned shattered, filled with red death. A couple of really bad rolls for a party at level 2, and suddenly the campaign became you guys have to figure out how to undo the apocalypse you just started. I was not planning for that at the time, mind you. It's like, you die where?
Like it is like the Angel knows what this is. Angel's going to take it and hide it from all the people from Githoven.
Yeah. And so now you are also catching the moment in temporal time on another ring for why Githoven is an archipelago in the first place. Because a 𝕲𝖊𝖓,
She's just like really excited.
who was a little too
really
cocky
excited.
for his own britches, got into a fight without the help of his friends. And consequences for that were larger than he could have ever considered.
She looks over. I'm letting you know as she
You are pushed
shuffles
out of
back
the
into the
memory.
house. Yeah, no, as she shuffles back into the house, she walks past Griffin. What does Griffin do? Because Griffin knows what this is.
Get that the
Nothing
fuck out of
happened.
here.
No, it's mine. You can't have it. He's like,
That ain't red dragon scale stuck to red dragon 8.
mm-hmm.
That is red 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓
Yes, of a world
Undeath.
that can't cross. Yes,
stuck
but a world that
to
can't cross.
corrupted red dragon 8. That is undeath stuck to unbirth. You are holding a red-plated symbol of fucked in your hands.
I'm holding a relic.
You're holding a record of a goddamn apocalypse. Somehow they got that shit under control. I don't remember how. Only the DM knows how, because that campaign unfortunately went incomplete.
She looks over at Griffin. But now I get to hold Githoven hostage until they get to tell me where things are missing.
That's not a bargaining chip. That is an immensely fucked up museum piece. That's like, oh, by the way, I have the placard from Auschwitz. That's what you have. It still has a lot of magical potential that could be really fucking dangerous.
Wait.
You don't know what Auschwitz is. I'm not going to fill you in. That was a really fucked up part of ancient
I know
human
what
history.
Auschwitz is. You made me study it.
Oh, that's right. You read books.
But I know where to put it. And I know who can use it. She, for the first time, reaches out to Menidna.
To be clear above table.
𝕲𝖓𝖓𝖓 said, since yesterday you mean.
Yeah.
𝕲𝖓𝖓𝖓 is Mez's
second
domain.
Yes, but this is a bargaining chip to keep him alive. He's a collector after all. It somehow ended up on his ring.
You know what? That's perfectly valid. That is a unique piece that does not exist anywhere else. Hold on, let me roll something. You just made a perfectly valid point. You are handing a unique collector's item to a great old one who that's his whole fucking deal. high or low?
Let's see.
Is it still in the package it came in?
It's right in the middle of the road, the high.
It's a high. It's not in a package. It is just a straight up, at this point, like petrified bit of shell and scale. It is just being plainly and visibly held in Angel's hands. Venestra, you have especially from your world, a sensitivity for like spiritual magics. This shit feels horrible. And the fact that you can feel it almost in the same way you could feel shit in your home, that's fucked up enough.
Angel wants to give it to the person who knows she knows will hold on to it and never let it go.
Yeah. Huh, that's a 97.
It's a high, so... She's gonna float above, right out of the range of where the dragon would be placed to protect this area.
Yeah.
So it won't touch the Golden City when he comes.
So flying high up enough to hopefully get out of the influence of the Golden City, which would likely render this artifact to ashes.
Yeah. So I'm going to float to the side and down, like right where the weird city was originally.
Yeah.
Come to me, Grey Thief.
The golden sky. If for but only a moment. Let me see here.
Venestra said Vi will have followed.
Absolutely. The golden sky above Mercast, if for but only a moment, gets rendered to a deep and heavy gray, sapped of light, except for plain, empty focus. You could swear as the light retreats to a single focal circle, away from the sky, away from the sun, that it is actually an eye trying to focus on you in the very atmosphere. An eye above Mercast, above the city of Weird.
She's gonna float onto the ground where you can reach her.
What do you have for me?
A relic. To keep you safe. She pulls out the egg.
That bit of shell held aloft like a fucked up, forgotten warrior's shield. As a tendril reaches up through the earth, retrieves it. As it does so, and you've seen Menidna claim things, objects, people. It's usually very quick, very succinct. He disappears as quickly as he grabs them in a small moment. As he touches it, a tendril shifts almost to a wing, tattered and shredded, gaunt with undeath, black and gray in its color. The eye that you could swear piercing the sky gains an almost draconic slip for a moment. As the shell disappears beneath the earth, and the limb returns to a tendril, the sky goes from its retreated gray back to its vibrant gold on this blessed city of a place that was once a lived-in manifestation of where the strange knowledge was found in the world.
Do you want to know the scary thing about Menidna and Venestra? All of the scary things of the world, he eats them and collects them. He told me that once. He said
Venestra said that so.
He said that the green and the beauty of this world were his to share, but it belonged to him.
Technically, he said it was his to flaunt, but by extension, that meant share.
Remember
fuck.
that's like, is he trying to? Huh? Joe, what? Oh fuck.
So, Menidna, diminished as he is, means his form is a little bit malleable, right? It means, depending on what gets added to his collection in this state, can change parts of how he operates. He's been reduced effectively to sort of a pseudo eldritch infancy. This shit isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just you've made things interesting because I just rolled a 42 for the results of that collection.
I don't know what that means, Joe.
The thought of Menidna as it rolls through your mind, it rolls through almost like a flash in an image every time you mention his name, as is with any great old one. The invocation of their name brings off an almost inherent mental record of their very being every time. There is no stopping it, no matter what you're made of. He's usually an endless mass of tendrils, teeth, and mouths. There is now, and this isn't an affectation that was produced by your mind. This wasn't a creative adjustment that you've done to try and handle it. There seems to be a stronger presence of scales in that imagery now. The eyes seem, all of them notably more slitted than squid-like. And there seems to be an almost sulfurous aroma to that ever-present, all-encompassing breath of his.
He also told me that he wasn't evil.
No. And he doesn't necessarily absorb the morality of the thing he absorbs. He's a little more complicated than that, right? Or, not even complicated is the wrong word. He's more simple than that.
She tells Venestra that this is what she tells him. She's never talked about Menidna to anyone. Even to Griffin. The only one who's ever kind of talked about it, barely talked about it with her, is Farah, because she was part of his collection. Menidna collects things from across the worlds. He steals things that no one will notice or no one will want. But they're always things that he wants to protect whatever world they are from. He used to tell me that he'd eat the evil things to make my nightmares go away, if I was his. Because I was the last of my kind. If I became part of his collection, I would live my life, but it would be into his wants and his will. I knew what saying yes to him meant. I told him he could be my friend. But I wouldn't be his, because I was already God's.
Real quick. Megan?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to interrupt your dialogue. I need you to roll a D100 for me. Because of the results of what I've just rolled, this is a contended roll for something else that's happening in the background. I just need someone other than me to do it, so not to make it like a one-sided juju, if you know what I mean.
Okay. Is there a number I'm looking for?
Doesn't matter, just tell me what you land on.
I landed on a 93.
Taking off my shades for that. Okay. I gotta write that down. That's...
Because that's what you told me, Joe, that what he whispered to Angel when she was very little was that, or when he had saved her the first time, is that he would eat the evil things in her nightmares. If she would be his disciple.
Yeah.
He eats the evil things. It makes them go away. It's weird as a great old one should become almost... It doesn't matter what they are, they're somewhere in between, but... Some of them can be benevolent.
Wait, actually, if he just did that, hold on. Versus... Really? It's 3? It's 4. It's...
What are you rolling for, Joe?
Hey, Megan, are you in a mentally stable spot for a cliffhanger?
No.
It's not a bad one.
𝕲𝖓 said, "Great old ones can be what they wish. That makes sense."
I kind of need to... There's things I need to do for my kid, at least. I need to... If you're going to cliffhanger me after my kid, please.
Okay, get through that. I'm going to preface. There's a cliffhanger coming up here.
Because that's what he told her. The one thing that she knows, because that's the only reason she agreed to help him. He agreed to help her, and she had nothing.
I wonder if 𝕲𝖓 has anything from Vi's world.
Probably. He likes to eat the scary things.
There's a reason he hasn't collected you. I will put it that way.
He's going to go inside and look at her. I'm gonna look at Thor, and I'm gonna see how Thor is looking. We're making our way in. We're gonna try to help him get his...
Is stressed.
Has she stood him up? Is she here? Did he manage to get his goats?
She's not here yet. He's got his goats. He looks like someone frantically trying to get ready for a date, kind of overdoing it. And
he's sweating through your suit.
He's trying to overtake the amount of sweating with just that much more cologne.
No. Back in the shower. She puts her son back in the shower. Back in the shower.
Fine.
I'll braid your hair the way you like it. I'll pleat it if you do what I ask you.
Vinestra said Amira will snap her fingers, cleaning him up with prestidigitation.
Angel will take a comb to his hair and pleat it just the way he likes it. Even his beard. Sweet Jesus, calm down. Look at me. Look at me. She's going to love you and your family. If she's the right one, she can handle all of us. And probably more so. Because you're the leader of an entire race. I know that you didn't take that into account. But you should be. She pats the side of his face. Joe?
He's kind of staring off into space, a little bit of that 1,000-yard Vietnam stare a little bit. Like, yeah. I'm sure it'll be fine.
You didn't remember that, did you?
No, I did not.
Oh, there we go. You're the reason Lilin is bright blue. Mm-hmm.
Vinestra said Vi is going to butt in. Does said person like you?
There you go.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah. Does she like your beard?
Yeah, she does.
I know you're not the... Okay. I know you're more like your father than you're like me. I know some of your siblings are more like me than your father. But as far as bedroom-wise, you're more of your father than you're me. I hear things. I don't need to hear them, but I hear them.
I believe your son has not even described what the hell his girlfriend
but
is.
She is supposedly some type of deified child. Not sure what she was. Either that or she's mortal, or I don't know. He might be the one with 2 or 3, but he didn't tell me what's going on. Apparently they're not tall like him. Thor is huge, but they're not. And he's not marrying a fae. He already told me that.
Let me just double check here for what these technically are.
Hmm?
Let me just double check here for what these technically are. I believe I technically misspoke. As while he's still kind of stressed in his over-preparation, what wanders her way in thin with this kind of light, almost chocolatey brown wood-like tone to her skin, vibrant, almost what's the word I'm looking for? Forest green hair, streaks of almost bright and pure white that go through her body that almost look like tattoos that run across her whole form, along with a sort of strong white silken, almost toga-like dress over her body. This creature traditionally is known to be Fey and known to be present in the Feywild, though notably her attire speaks more to a Celtic background. Or Pendra.
Almost Pendra.
Everything about her physique in normal nature reminds you almost of a rubber tree.
Interesting.
She's short.
She is.
She looks over at this woman, and Angel's already short as it is, so she walks up to her, and she's much shorter than this woman.
Yeah. She's still only got maybe a couple of heads on you.
Angel's wearing like a really pretty like golden gown, like really simple, kind of not super. This is very, very meet the parents kind of thing as far as that age time period. She looks over at Nick. She's like, is Nick at least wearing something nice? At least one of his loose shirts? This doesn't look like it's stained all get out.
Well, hello. How you doing?
Hello. Welcome. This is usually business, but we closed it down for the night.
It's fine. Was he getting overstressed?
Yeah. It's just who he is. He's lightning rod. What'd he do?
Yeah. Forgive me. I failed to introduce myself, but I do have the time. I'm Amphitrite. Sorry, Amphitrite.
She looks over at her son and then looks back at the woman.
What?
She's Pendra's kid?
Technically, no.
Really?
Technically, no, and technically, yes. She was a half-finished project that wasn't quite alive, and Pendra finished the job. She was from something before the world broke.
You're beautiful. She basically says, Angel's just in awe of all the tattoos. Wow, look at all your tattoos!
Which, notably getting a closer look at it, you realize, especially in that sort of visual mimicry of a rubber tree, those tattoos are streaks of latex sap that have kind of stilled themselves to those parts of her body.
It's like resin.
Yeah. Rubber trees leak latex instead of resin. Well, latex resin, actually. Never mind. Excuse me. They're one and the same. Oh, yeah.
That's amazing.
I'm Angel. Or you can call me Sue, but most people call me Angel.
Tsubasa
Mama.
Mochizuki Waiwan. I know. Forgive me, I don't have a surname of my own, so I'm hoping to steal yours if this goes well. And here's by extension.
Bet you pick someone more hard rock. She looks over her son.
Rock and country are the same music, just different melodies.
She looks over at Lucian. She looks over at Lucian.
You and your brother are just gonna compete for this, aren't you?
We'll see.
No, not for the same person. More competing with like rock music.
Yeah. Did you figure he would find anyone other than someone who's naturally grounded?
No, actually, I was either hoping something like you or something a little bit more absorbent.
I'm quite absorbent.
I know, for what he is, yes.
I literally bleed the material that is made to resist what he is.
I know that he probably didn't tell you this, but he is a progenitor of an entire line of people.
Oh no, I understand that.
Okay, good, because that I reminded him that, and apparently he hadn't told you.
As am I, actually.
Really?
They're a little underdeveloped and undercomplicated at the moment. But in...
Sounds like my daughter.
In some of the mountain foothills of 𝕲𝖊𝖓 and some other mountain foothills, as well as some of the forest edges of 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓, there's a sort of a race of semi-humanoid living shrubs. They haven't quite reached full intelligence just yet, but they're at the stage of using tools. I suspect they'll start forming proper societies here in a couple of centuries.
That explains why why Pendra basically sent my daughter to go plant ants at the ends of those 𝕲𝖊𝖓 areas.
Oh, they're not ants. They'll never get bigger than what they are. They're always going to be stuck at about a foot high.
I mean, she sent her to basically make a protective group to protect them as they grew.
Yeah. I'm sure 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓 what I did.
She thinks they're hilarious, probably.
I would ask that you, being a burgeoning goddess, and all warn mortal folk that they ain't pets. They have enough sapience in them that they'll grow to be something a little more complicated.
I think the Cavis will warn them. And if they don't take the warning, that's their problem.
Yeah. Making them into pets, given what they are, is more akin to slavery than it is companionship.
Well, if they live on the edges of the 𝕲𝖊𝖓 Mountains, then the Cavis will probably do dealings with them quite a bit.
They live on
especially
the edges of a few places, the different pockets of different breeds of shrubs. In the 𝕲𝖊𝖓 Mountains, a number of them tend to be cherry blossom.
That makes sense.
It's funny, because the cherry blossom things are mostly a 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖘 thing. But
Have you introduced her to your sister? Who's over at Thor?
yeah, that's when she brought it up and when we kind of hit it off. She was wondering if my sister was actually one of hers that just finally made the extra step toward proper intelligence.
Oh no, some of my kids are a little short like me. Some of them.
Yeah. I wonder who planted you.
Who planted me?
Yeah.
Oh, if you get to know this family, you'll get to know them. She looks over at, but I will introduce you to the actual extended family. Until the end of the war, I can't really introduce you to the other hand of the family. Thor can take you there, but...
Yeah. War going on is a little bit unfortunate. Some of my progeny have already fallen to that mess. Tried to make some willow shrubs in over by 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓, and that didn't last. I'll try again later.
She looks over him.
Are you going to invite her in for food or games while you cook?
Yeah, come right on in.
Then there we go. She looks over at Nick. Nick, help your son. She looks over at Nick. Help your son. Like the whole thought process of, I will entertain the woman, but please God help your son.
Yeah. Give me a religion check.
Let's go with religion. Uh, 19 plus 10.
Yeah. Between the name, the toga, and everything, this is likely an incomplete, likely extension on a Greek god that got forgotten about for however many thousands of years before Pendra realized it existed.
Okay.
Which is interesting because the more it's walking around, the more divine radiance it seems to be just steadily giving off. Even to the point where where some of the just common houseplants you have sitting in here are starting to actively bloom and overbloom, even when it's like midday and toward evening. She doesn't seem to have a full grasp on it.
Oh
Much
no,
like
just
you.
like one of, you know, she looks over at her daughter. Yumi. Yumi is the one.
Yeah.
So you know her? Y'all work together?
Well, no, I check in on her. I check in on Pendra, because Pendra helped me kind of come into being. Pendra pulled away the sort of heavier echo of divine essence that I had in my being, because apparently the frequency and presence it gave off no longer suited the world as it is. So I am more demi than full, if you catch my drift.
Well, that makes sense. That's what my other daughter is. She basically points over at the one tree Pendra that basically is the Ent child that is walking around.
Well, ain't that a sight?
Yeah.
I don't bemoan my stripping of potential. From what I understand, had I held on to it, I might have fallen apart at the seams.
Yeah, that's kind of how it works with the draconic essence around her. So, what do you know about me?
As much as my lovely lady and Aunt Pendra filled me in on, so a good bit. Also know a decent bit about that bigger dragon lady that's following you around right now. What's your name? Venestra?
Venestra.
Yeah.
Isn't she beautiful? She's just like as beautiful.
Gorgeous
dragon.
for a foreigner. I'm giving you guff. You're gorgeous.
Definitely a gorgeous foreigner. Waiting to see if Venestra says anything. Is she typing?
Venestra said Vi is going to give a curt nod of her head. Likewise.
Yeah. I have a way with people, though, if you can believe it. I've never had my way with people.
Your way with people?
You are going to inherit the same role as the role of the person for whom I share a partial namesake. I think you know what I mean.
Oh. You mean Aphrodite?
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's why you're suited for each other.
Yeah. I mean it when I say nobody else struck me as interesting enough.
I don't know why he was so worried about us meeting.
Well, anxiety manifests in the brain as an overload of electrical impulses, and he runs on electricity. I think he's just anxious by default.
Not about all things. He's worried about the number of children overwhelming you.
I ain't overwhelmed.
We're at over 300.
Cute. I come from a genetic history of overzealous production of children being quite literally the reason that there were problems. And you are doing well with yours rather than making it problematic, so...
I prefer to have them all be individuals.
Yeah. Not to mention, unlike the history I'm dealing with, you are not keen on keeping it in the family. Bless you for that.
No, we don't keep it in the family.
Sweet home Olympia.
Well, some of them, because they are adoptees, will end up possibly finding themselves somebody in the family. It's more or less because there's an adoptee and a natural born. But that's the difference. Adopted children are different. I have no genetic markers or content with them.
Why is my Spotify shuffling it into new songs when I'm telling it not to in the playlists? What the fuck?
She looks over at this woman and she looks over at Venestra. Did he tell you how reckless I was when he was a child? Because that's a moment. Joe?
Yeah, he did. I have no place nor position in with which to judge. So?
Well, I mean, considering where you came from, technically they were always warring with each other. And Battleborn was an actual winning topic.
More so with other groupings of divine than mine.
Yes. What is it that you... What are your worries? She basically has asked her, what questions do you have for me?
You let your fear freeze you.
No.
You let your fear darken you.
I will try my best not to let it happen.
I come from kin who did nothing but let fear darken them until they brought the world down around them.
Inner darkness is not the same thing as outer darkness.
They were both.
I'm not.
I ask you not to repeat it, if you can find it and a way to do it. It's a home that turned on itself easily. At the mere thought of fear and challenge and loss, rather than finding a real way to build something instead.
Did you know that all my children are less than 2 years old? And deified children grow like weeds.
That I know. some of my kin in older memory. It came out fully grown from a splitting headache.
I don't know which one of them will die. This war will take one.
Prophecy's a bitch like that. And if
I know that it
my kin were any indication, the road taken to avoid prophecy always ended up being the road that found your way to it.
I'm not avoiding it. I will take it head on. So I'm trying to savor the quiet and happy moments.
Then I think you'd be the first divine in existence to accept fate as it came. Who knows what might come of doing that?
I'm going to give them the happiest moments I can before anything happens.
Avoiding fate came with punishments often, in my histories. Accepting it often found that it's just someone issuing a test. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. Maybe what you're dealing with is something harsher.
I've fought death. And won. I've given more than I should. But it won't be one of my adoptees I lose. It'll be the flesh of my flesh.
I don't think an adoptee would qualify. I will say, if this goes well and I do join your family, Pendra did help breathe life into me, but she's not the one who made me. And the truest essence of that has been pulled from me. But the purpose of it, the intention of it, the domain and power it carried, fate being what it is, I don't think my finding my way into your family would be a mistake.
I don't think so either. And if Thor is anything like his dad, the nights will be tumultuous.
And I will say, I find it kind of amusing that one of your father figures is named Zeus. And the person I'm looking at is made of lightning.
I love him.
That may speak to some issues on my part. I don't know.
The ones that don't appear are Thor. Thor has never appeared in my dream. There are some that I know for certain won't be on the chopping block, but I can't figure out which one it is. I know why some won't, but I can't figure out the ones that will.
I'm not here to help you with that.
Oh, I know.
Premonition was never my vibe.
I'm just letting you know the one thing that they told me is that Thor is fine.
Well, this has been an emotional introduction. How about we get to
I
eating?
apologize.
Yes, please. She looks over at Vanessa. Let's get food. I know we made a stew. I know that he decided on what it was. So something about goats. So I don't know.
Yeah.
So, the other thing I wanted to ask, what was it?
Vinestra said, you also wanted to ask me about things I believe.
Yes. So, why did you want the hag's heart? This is the first time she says that in front of this foreigner. Basically, the new person has come in. Now she knows that they were killing a hag.
Personal reasons.
Okay.
Some magical
Is there
components are
anything
hard to come by and require murderizing a fucking hag.
Is there anything I can offer you from, like, some of the magical items I have? I've got quite a few. Angel's a person who likes relics.
Vinestra said, if you can supply me with vast amount of arcane power and resources, as well as things that I can use to create anchors with similar to 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓, those would be useful.
She pulls out Joe, when we went into that first dungeon, there were relics of 𝕲𝖓𝖓𝖓 in the first dungeon when we found the original hammer, the axe. With the Minotaur in it. The Minotaur skull.
Yeah,
there were
that
𝕲𝖓𝖓
was...
relics.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
I collected the 𝕲𝖓𝖓 relics.
Which that, for the most part, was just, I believe, old, like, amulets, icons of like, cult worship.
No, there was something... But there was something older in it. There was a booklet that I didn't open.
Okay. That would mark for, I think even then, like 3 in-game years of just not touching that. You want to open that up?
I'm gonna go through my bag and I'm gonna have Chester hand me the 𝕲𝖓𝖓 relics because of what I have. And that would be in that. And the book was in a velvet casing. That's what kind of... And with copper lining on the inside of the book. She pulls out her copper gloves. This book I've had since we went into this Minotaur cave. I was gonna have my dad look at it, but it's 𝕲𝖓𝖓𝖓's and he doesn't like to touch anything from 𝕲𝖓𝖓 because of my mom. She's puts Amphitrite and she's gonna hand the new baby over to her so she can hold her. Basically 𝕲𝖓𝖓's and Amora's baby. I'm gonna let you hold this one and the twins so you can kind of get an idea of what this is like. Do you have the notes on that? What that book was?
That might have been in the server that got nuked, but I'm looking to see if I have anything older, because, I mean, again, that was when I was prepping to get shit launched for the campaign and everything. Like, that was starting prep.
Yes, but
so
you wanted me to look at it, but nobody wanted me to look at it because of 𝕲𝖓𝖓𝖓 from that first 5 episodes.
Yeah, so I'm looking through some old... I'm basically digging through the old hard drive from the old PC to see if I can find it. Let's see here. because that was in
I
a
left it
fucking
in the
notes
copper lining
document.
bag. I left it in the copper lining bag because it was whispering and talking like he did.
Yeah.
There was a Mended Bible in there that was handwritten. And there were effigies of him, like a little mini one with a bunch of eyes on it with hands.
Yeah. Easy enough to hand over effigy and things if you'd like to do that.
She's gonna hand over the effigies of what she has. Those little tiny little... They're like little statues of Menidna. Little tiny little statues. Believe it or not, they were made of obsidian. I am so sorry that I'm making you pull on a thread this old, Joe.
No, it's fine. Back then, it had sketchier implications, but let's see.
It was among the books that nobody looked at, and then we looked at them afterwards. I know that Ben went through half of them, and I had another half. Because I know that some of the stuff we did out of session for that stuff. Do you just want to roll and see what it might be? Because I don't know if you're going to find it.
It was... I can't find what I originally wrote. It was supposed to be like a spin on reading the play of like the King in Yellow, and it was supposed to be like the great poem, for example, like that. It was supposed to be something that induced madness, like if you roll below a certain threshold. And I cannot for the life of me find what I wrote, which sucks. So, forsaking what was written there for now, and I'll just come up with something later that's, on unfurling the page, whomsoever looks upon it, go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw. And the reason it invokes madness is just like the way it works with Great Old Ones is you understand a fundamental truth, and in that, an understanding it in comparison to the world around you is what drives you to madness. Wisdom.
It's a 12. Was 12 to 18, so 30.
30. Yeah, you are well beyond the DC that was needed for that because you guys were level 2. So 30, you're fine. And Vinestra
said 28 too.
Yeah. I'll be blunt. The DC that was originally planned for that was something like 18. You know, something that was reasonably achievable, but with everybody's modifiers also reasonably failable. You know. Yeah. So immediately on reading it, again, without getting into the contents of a poem that at this point I'm pretty sure might just be wiped from existence as far as hard drives or digital data is concerned. The poem itself is whispering, and you realize that this itself is kind of a direct line of connection and influence. What this poem exists as would have been basically a pact of the tome connection for becoming a warlock unto Menidna. This would have been a page that literally carried his influence and carried that truth. And so with that, it carries that sort of understanding and that dip into eldritch knowledge and understanding of the arcane through that poem. And the truth of that in piercing the veil in that way that is in its own right maddening. But you are able to, especially in your own respective understandings of how to manipulate magic, know to immediately kind of separate yourselves and not think too heavily on it. Plus, both of you are well beyond the necessary mental fortitude to be able to shrug that off. But you can understand where someone could kind of use this as an anchor to connect to 𝕲𝖙𝖙𝖊𝖓 and try and seek power and seek connection and seek a bond through its words.
Okay.
But also it being something occult and being possibly maddening, you could also see how it might have broken somebody of lesser mental fortitude.
She looks over at Venestra. You can have this. She pulls out the velvet bag and a book. It might have something in it that you might be able to use.
Man, it was designed to be such fun and cheeky flavor text, but whatever. You still get the point of what that was meant to be. Like, here's a ticket for any of you to like multi-class if you want to, or don't want to if you can.
I know. But this might be able to help Venestra with her whatever search she's trying to do.
Yeah, it was early RP bait. But this in and of itself, I mean, especially with what you're trying to do, Venestra, the entire essence of what this thing is and what it represents is still in and of itself probably fairly useful. Just in understanding what it is and what kind of connection and understanding it provides for like, oh, this is also a way that you can kind of provide understanding and connection to people. So
I also have
Venestra said, "Much appreciated, Angel. I'll find a use for such."
She also has an ABC book of all great old ones. That was another thing that we found in there. It was insanity.
yeah, I'll have to go digging through my world anvil. Because Venestra also rolled well enough to kind of find information on others that were mentioned, so that'll be something that I'll get both of you. I'll have to go digging through my world anvil for that.
She pulls out another book that starts to radiate darkness, and she puts it back in the bag. This book is a great old one ABC book. A is for whatever, B is for whoever, and it is all about great old ones. I don't know how to read it very well, considering the last time I opened it, I got seen by a great old one, and it just tried to latch onto me for a high minute, and it was not a great day.
Yeah, it's very much like an ant from an anthill doing something that suddenly the normal guy on his porch actually manages to notice. Like, oh, the ant manages to throw together symbols and start chanting. Like, that's fucking... All right, sure, yeah, I'll give you your sugar cube.
No, that was terrifying. That thing saw me. It was okay.
It's that scale of equivalency.
You can have this. And I'm letting you know, don't look too long at the pictures. They actually
Venestra said, V nodded eyebrow raising. Does said book update depending on said great old one's well-being?
Yeah, early campaign was really big on the theme of like knowledge has consequences.
I'm going to let you know that thing looked back and it talked at me. We're not going to deal with it. It doesn't exist. And she hands it over to Venestra. She's like, please do not talk to the things in the book. They will talk back. And they will notice you.
Notice me, senpai. Notice me.
I know this is like I'm letting you know from my experience. It is terrifying.
She looks back over at him.
pissed that I couldn't find that fucking. It was dumb. It was poorly written, but it was like cheeky flavor text.
Yeah, and it had a whole poem with it. So she looks over at Vanessa and she's like, "You can have these. I don't need to talk to them anymore because they scare me. And the last one tried to make me have a kid with it, so we're not gonna play that game." No.
Vinestra said thanks. And plenty of things are terrifying, Angel. Beings of power beyond comprehension, less so to me.
Angel's terrified of this. He's like,
Actually, I think that would be something that both would notice. In response to the question that you've just posed to me, Vinestra. The book that you handed Vinestra that has the ABCs of Great Old Ones seems to have a couple of fresher piece enrichment in it that were not in there 3 years ago.
I'm not okay with it. You can look at it. You can tell me what you find.
Seems the book is a little bit alive.
V is going to look at it.
The entry you find on those fresh pages, you find, let's say, uncomfortably familiar. It's incomplete, without details. But there's a new name. Nothing fully formed or concrete yet.
I'm just not gonna read it for a long time. She's like, I'm gonna let Vanessa have that because that thing was terrifying.
Notably,
and they talked to me.
Actually, Megan, if you're good for the timing of the cliffhanger now, an entry that you had flipped to in the past,
Gone.
given an entity that you have interacted with somewhat regularly, seems to be almost bleeding ink from its page.
Which one is that one, Vanessa? Is it 𝕲𝖊𝖓?
𝕲𝖊𝖓, yes.
I don't like that.
Do you deign to open to it?
Vinestra said Vi is going to open up Manidness leaking page.
Okay. Where once the entry read 𝕲𝖊𝖓 the Grey Thief, and the page was rife with ink sketch markings of teeth and eyes, the page is now sketched with markings of scales, draconic eyes. 𝕲𝖊𝖓 the Grey Worm. You swear you can hear the wind outside shifting to the sound of the beating of wings, the curling of thunder with the subtlety of a heavy growl that still carries with it an ego and rage of something that has infected your dreams every night.
Jormungandr. We also met Jormungandr.
You did. And I don't mean worm M-O-R-M, I mean W-Y-R-M. To be perfectly clear. In line with the scale theming. 𝕲𝖓 has changed his nature. Now, the only reason that this has set in stone, I will be perfectly clear, because in opening this page, there is also a description of knowledge in the entry that both of you have a high enough mental fortitude to absorb without being maddened by its knowledge. Grey Thief. has taken and claimed a great many things in claiming the Ring of Zeria, though still stood apart. For much of, if not most of its existence, never truly binding itself unto it, until it was offered something that was never truly its own. An object that belonged to another of its kin, of its comrades. And so it entered into competition with Mezes, the Great Swarm. Battle of wits rather than strength, where it won against the Lord of Flies and claimed the scale. This challenge won, carried with it notoriety, title,
I need
and
to turn you
power.
up, Joe. Hold on, Joe. I turned you down the other day and I can't hear you. There goes. Let's go try.
What did you miss?
Where you said scale. So it fought a war with Mezes.
Fought a battle of wits with Mezes, not of power, wherein he won, and in that gained title and true binding to the ring over which he claimed. With that came power, came notoriety, came present. 𝕲𝖊𝖓, the Grey Thief, now no longer bears the title of a criminal, but of something that truly owns its hoard and its claim. 𝕲𝖊𝖓, the Grey Worm. And so too, also batted away those that challenge its sword. They still encroach, yet still, but now are once again cautious. After 𝕲𝖊𝖓 won against Mezes, I rolled 5 more percentile rolls. If they exceeded or matched the percentile roll that I rolled for 𝕲𝖊𝖓, they would have broken him down again. However, 𝕲𝖓 has reduced a percentage of the HP of every single conjoined Lord of Chaos in achieving his new title and new power. He is no longer diminished, no longer weakened, and sketchily enough, stronger than he was. What happened in mere moments for you between great old ones might have happened over multiple eternities, and yet still he won. It's after all the person from whom he borrowed a little bit of power did sometimes beat a Lara in a chest. And that, I think, is a good cliffhanger where we're going to end the session.
Yeah. That's beautiful.
Now, what should we name this session? Because I'm tempted to say the Grey Worm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Them percentile rolls. I roll background percentiles all the time. Getting that many good ones in a row is fucking cool.
I rolled 93s and 91s in the background. I hope Amphitrite is... So basically Amphitrite was saying that when she conjoined with us, it would basically boost my abilities, what you were saying?
Kinda, yeah. She is a demigod by her nature, but not strictly aligned to anything. She will gain direct divine attachment unto you if her relationship with if her relationship with Thor goes well and technically become a demigoddess of Amoris, despite not being related to you. Does that make sense? She's like an empty bottle waiting to be filled up. But she's already labeled ketchup bottle. It's just she's waiting to see if you're Heinz.
Ketchup. Yeah, we're definitely Heinz.
Heinz, sponsor me. No.
Oh my God, Heinz sponsor me. My life would be so happy.
I'll run a condiment one shot.
Oh my God, hell yes.
Vinestra said, I'm going to have some fun with those items.
This session's been all over the place.
Thanks, Megan Tilda.
You're welcome.
Megan Tilda. I realized that there was a literal tilde key that was pressed, right? I still
It says the tilde.
Yeah, I still find it completely fucking amusing to think like Megan Tilda like Matilda.
Yeah, I did carry all the books though.
Did. Let's see if there's somebody to raid at this ungodly hour, as it's about 1 a.m. over here, 2 a.m. for the Texan, and whatever the fuck time it is for the Australian.
I'm okay with whatever thing is going on.
Also, Joe did send you a question in DMs and 2 channels.
And I will
and
happily
it's 5
go
p.m.
over those when my... Wow. Cool. Awesome. I will happily go over those when my eyeballs are not falling out of my skull. Falling out of my skull from tiredness.
Yeah, take a peek.
I've thankfully done that a few times during my various BRBs due to a couple of different. This VOD's going to get trimmed down a little bit. I think this 8-hour VOD's going to look a little bit more like 5 or 6 by the time I cut it down, but we'll see how it goes.
No, more like 3 or 4. More like 3 or 4.
Vinestra said, I slightly smiling face worst case scenario will follow up next week. Hope your guys' weekend is good.